All right, shalom, y'all. We back with another lesson. Let's get it. All right, cool. All right, I'd like to start this off by saying, call halal Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh. In the name of his son, Yahushai. My name is Haya El, and I'm back on the San Antonio Riverwalk with yet another lesson. Right? Today we had a complete solar eclipse. It looked as crazy as it do in them videos when it happens in the Middle East. We got to see like basically a ring of fire in the sky, right? And my lesson today is going to be centered around not only the ordinances of the moon and the sun, but also what it means in light of the times and the signs, what it means in light of prophecy and things of that like, right? How you doing? Time for the Bible today? Y'all got time for the Bible? Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all the Israelites. America's time is short. Israel about to initiate World War III, and our people still walking up and down America pretending like everything fine. But when you call on God, just know you had your chance. See, our people don't realize the door of repentance is closed. See, a lot of Israelites, they walk about America with no goal, no destination, no realization of who they are, their history, none of that. They're like a paper bag in the wind. They just blowing whatever direction this world takes them. See, they don't understand, man. They don't get it at all. See, and again, man, that's our elders, too. They look like they in their early 50s. You know what I'm saying? Our elders are completely derelict in their duty to raise their children and instruct the young people. But you know what? Speaking of instructing people, let's get started on that. So we're going to go ahead and go into this lesson today. But the first thing we need to get established is, in light of the eclipse, what should we be thinking? Right? To those of us here in San Antonio who got to see the eclipse from the beginning around 9 something to about 12, or I think it was about 11:56 to about 12:15, right? Those of us who sat through the eclipse the entire time, what should you be making of all this, right? So we're going to go ahead and head on over to Jeremiah 10 and 1 through 2. Yeah, buddy. This is Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. So we're not to be dismayed, right? Although we know that things like eclipses, blood moons, things of that like, we know those things are signs in heaven sent by the Most High God to his children. It could be foretellings of war, violence, pestilence, or just changes in respective kingdoms and empires. Most High God sends signs for all those things. But we are not to be dismayed at those things, right? Now, let's go ahead and establish the premise of where did the sun and the moon come from? And to establish that premise, we're going to have to go back to the book of Genesis. So we're going to go to Genesis 1, and we're going to start at verse 1, and we're going to break it all the way down up to verse 18. Because it's very important that we understand what is going on in this world today. Right? To have such a sign in heaven take place that typically here in North America we never get to see. For that to happened today, while Israel, or at least the people who are calling themselves Israeli in the land of Israel, are currently waging war with their enemies, and their enemies waging war with them. And prophecy is coming to fruition where we know our Messiah is near at hand. With all these things taking place, we need to understand the signs in heaven. We need to understand what the sun and the moon mean, right? Because a lot of people would say, well, the sun is the reason why we have day, and the moon is the reason why we have night. And that is not true, according to the Bible. And we're going to get it. This is Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Now, granted, that sounds simple on its face, but that is deceptively complex. And I'm going to illustrate why that is. Because the word for God there is not the word Yahweh or the tetragrammaton in Hebrew, right? Whether you call it Yahweh, what's the other one? Yahweh, Ariyah, all types of other names that they call the Most High, right? I'm not even familiar with all of them because I know his name is Yahweh. But the word or the tetragrammaton for Yahweh is not there. The word that you have there in Hebrew is the word Elohim, right? So we're going to go to the Strong's Dictionary, and I'm going to play it.
Entry 1, Eloach. Eloach. The second entry, Elohim. Elohim.
Right.
And the third entry, Eloach. Eloach.
Cool. So that's the word for God in Genesis 1. Let's see what it means. Right? And in case you didn't pick up the Strong's entry, it's H430. Right? But its biblical usage in the Hebrew is as follows. It's a plural noun, meaning rulers, judges, divine ones, angels, gods. So you've got the plural entry for gods, otherwise known as rulers or angels or divine ones. So in the beginning, the divine ones created the heavens and the earth. Now, they were sanctioned by the Most High God. And if you understand that the only creation that the Most High God ever created himself was his son, and you can find that out by reading the book of Colossians or the book of Hebrews chapter 1, right? But if you understand that the only creation that the Most High God ever begot was his son, then you would know that Yahushua then created all the divine ones and the rulers that assisted him in creating everything else. Now, if you understand who the 144,000 are, right? They are they who follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. So, meaning they were with Yahushua from the beginning. Yahushua created them, and Yahushua, the 144,000, created everything else. Right? Now, that's a lot to understand just in regards to Genesis 1 and 1. Verse 2, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. Now, note, you have the creation of day and night, light and dark. You do not have the creation of any physical planet, or I don't want to say planet, or physical body, right? Like the moon or the sun. You don't have the creation of a moon or an orbiting satellite for the earth. You don't have the creation of any of these things on this day. But yet you have the creation of day and night. Now we're going to read on, and it's going to illustrate that the moon and the sun were created on a completely different day. Right? And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters, which were under the firmament, from the waters, which were above the firmament. And it was so. So this is talking about the heavens above, or the sky, the earth, and then the waters, or the oceans, the rivers, all of the deep, right? These are three heavens, so to speak. Verse 8, and God called the firmament heaven, and the evening, and the morning were the second day. And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Now keep in mind, every time it says God here, it's the word Elohim, right? It's a plural iteration of the term angel, ruler, divine one, or God, right? Because the Bible says that there are many gods. The Israelites are called gods, according to Psalms 82 and 6. And I believe John 10 and 34, Yahushua references Psalms 82 and 6. Right? So to understand that there are many gods, and it's no different in Genesis 1 and 1 on up or on down, however you want to say it. To understand that there's no difference, you get more of a inclination or an inkling of what actually transpired during creation, right? Verse 11, and God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. So now we have the third day. Keep in mind, day and night were created on the first day. No mention of the sun and moon yet. Verse 14, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. And he made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. Now the greater light and the lesser light are your sun and your moon. So let me get this straight. We got all the way through the first 3 days into the fourth day, and that's when the sun and the moon were created. Now keep in mind, the day unto the Most High God is as 1,000 years. So none of these things happen in a 24-hour period. But to understand that the sun and the moon have utility beyond just being a light for the planet, right? Because if you go back and you read in verse 14, where it says, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. So the sun and the moon are for signs. They are to impart information or knowledge, right? You can know the changing of the seasons by how the sun and the moon behave in the sky. You can know more or less, right, the pattern of the animals, of the plants, when fruit is going to be ripe and fall from a tree. Any farmer who's well acquainted with agriculture will tell you the cycles of the sun and the moon give them more than enough information to let them know what time it is in relation to the harvest. See, all these things have been imparted unto us by the Most High God. Now that we know that the sun and the moon have no bearing on day and night, let's keep going with the lesson, right? We're going to go to Psalms 104 and 19 through 24. This is Psalms, chapter 104 and 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou makest darkness, and it is night, wherein all the beasts of the forest do creep forth. The young lions roar after their prey, and seek their meat from God. The sun ariseth. They gather themselves together, and lay them down in their dens. Now this is talking about the governance of nature, right? Under the ordinance of the sun and the moon, the timings of both of the celestial bodies, right? When the sun goes down and evening or dusk sets in, that's when you have your predators, your apex predators, who come out of their dens and they go on their hunts, right? During the day, that's when they go rest. That's when you have your your herbivores and your omnivores who go out and forage for food, right? Your animals of prey like elk, wildebeest, all types of bovine creatures like cows, buffalo, right? They do their business during the day, and they do their resting and their sleeping at night, and then they rotate with the apex predators who go about their business during the night and sleep during the day, right? See, it's never been a secret what the sun and the moon represent to our people in antiquity. But in today's world, if you listen to the white man will tell you that the sun and the moon equate to night and day, and that is not necessarily true, all right? Verse 23, man goeth forth unto his work, and to his labor, until the evening. O Lord, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom hast thou made them all. The earth is full of thy riches. So even man is subject to the cycles of the sun and the moon, day and night. Now, the sun and the moon are not necessarily mutually exclusive to the phenomena of day and night, but they are used to represent such, right? But knowing that, let's go further and see what other ordinances that the sun and the moon represent in the Bible, right? Because one of the things that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians need to take heart in is that every morning we see the sunrise, we should thank the Most High God that we are still his chosen people. And I'm going to go into that, right? Because the Most High God has made promises that if such ordinances fall away from his control, then he will do away with Israel as his chosen people forever, right? But let's keep moving on. So we're going to go to Matthew 10 and 5 through 6. This is Matthew 10 and 5. These 12 Yahushua sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans. Enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So this message that I'm preaching today is no different in terms of the intended recipient that Yahushua instructed the apostles and those who meant to preach the word and followed him, right? It is no different today as it was all the way back then. We are not going to anyone but the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible today? Got time? Which one? What's up, bro? What you got? See? You got time? All praises. So do you know who you are in the Bible, brother? No?
No te entiendo, pero habla.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but
Spanish.
I do know that if you're Mexican, you're an Israelite, brother.
No importa. La palabra, escúchame, entra por el oído.
Okay. So, what if I told you the reason why the white man was able to come here to America and steal your land is because we didn't keep the laws of God? Right? And the Bible says so. So I'm going to read a couple of things to you.
Amigo Dios, amigo, gracias por este día. Eres bienvenido. Welcome, Espíritu Santo. Eres el invitado de honor en este lugar. Manifiéstate, amigo mío. Amigo de mi alma. Bendito amigo de mi alma. Llega hasta el alma más tenebrosa y fea de este lugar. Ministrala. Sea usted, Señor, porque yo soy un pendejo. Yo soy una llaga podrida, un gusano, Señor, yo no hago mierda. Es usted, amigo. Es tú. Hoy día, one day, allá, comprendo. Contamination no es lo que. Perdón, no es. Es lo que sale, lo que te contamina.
Contaminated?
Lo que sale, bla, 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 bla. Sale de aquí. En cambio esto.
Okay. I'm trying to understand.
Good. I know you do.
Okay.
Yo. Mira. Solo, ¿sabes? Solo. Alone.
Hello?
Solo. Yo.
Okay. Okay.
El hambre, ¿sabes? Hambre, sí, hambre.
Oh, okay.
Duele, como que. Sí, el hambre. 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Ay. Es real, bro. Jesus.
Okay.
Real.
Yeah, he is
my
real.
Lord.
Yeah. He's real. I know that. Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
Escúchame. Yo, allá. Ahí, no en este u otro. Ecuador. Aquí. Pipe. Crack. Aquí. Allá en ingeniero mecánico automotriz. No soy un pendejo. No pienses. Mira. Cars. Two places. ¡Hey! Good bless. ¿Hay alguien? Hey. You got it. Food.
Food? Okay.
Sí. Ya.
Okay.
No drug.
Okay.
No drug más ahí.
Yeah.
Desde ahí, mi único amigo es que estoy tomando. My mother is dead. Yo, la nota, in 2 days. Y no aguanto. Te escuché, mira, yo te escuché lejos. No sé si voy a probar. God, continúa. Yo sé, tranquilo, mira, ya va a venir tu gir, te va a venir.
Okay.
En el rezo, ahora nada más, ¿sí? No, para. Señor, para. Usted me conoce. Me dan ganas ya de, dale. No se va a molestar él contigo. Pablo de Tarso mataba a los cristianos, los metía a la cárcel. El que después escribió eso de que es mejor sí que entres al cielo sin un ojo, a que con los dos te vayas al infierno, que mejor. Esa es ley de hombre. Jesucristo dijo, mira, mate. Mateo, ¿dónde está? Mateo.
Sorry.
Mateo.
Matthew? What do you mean? Oh, Matthew. Yeah, I got you. Matthew, yeah, I got you. Sinful? Okay. Is that what you read? Okay.
Viendo a la multitud, subió al monte y sentándose, vinieron a él sus discípulos y abriendo su boca les enseñaba diciendo, bienaventurados los pobres de espíritu, porque ellos verán a Dios.
Okay.
Vienen las bienaventuranzas, luego, hey, ahí dice que si alguien te pega aquí, dale aquí. ¿Sí? ¿Entiendes? ¿Entiendes? Ahí está todo. El monte. Dios te bendiga, amigo. Es que no podemos hablar porque ya se está está haciendo tierra. Hey. No, eso no está haciendo tierra.
Okay.
No malo.
Well, brother, you special, man. I appreciate it, man.
My name is Elías.
Okay.
Elías.
Elijah?
Elías.
Elias?
Yeah. Podrían hacer, es que me mandaron otra vez para acá para hablarte a ti. Escúchame. Hey, no te agüites. No te agüites. Él te conoce. Tú no te conoces. Tú sabes. No te agüites. Él, escúchame. Omnisciente, omnipotente, omnipresente.
That is true.
Futuro, presente, pasado. Conoce.
That is true.
Si eres su
Forever.
hijo, si eres su hijo, su toy, su baby,
Hey, man.
antes de que tú nacieras, ya él sabía cómo te llamas, cuándo te vas a morir de él, a qué hora te vas a de qué segundo de él. Él ya sabe que tú estás ahí.
The book of life.
Hey.
Hey,
Ya lo, así que
Okay.
continúa,
Hey.
bro.
be safe, brother.
Dile yo,
Hey, I gotta bring something out before you leave.
ay, ay.
I gotta bring something out before you
Solo
leave.
habla de eso. Ama a tu prójimo como a ti mismo, eso es todo.
Hey, all praises.
Un bless, amigo.
God bless, friend.
Mira, ve. Con
Praise
ese
the-
gusto, mira.
Praise the Lord, man. Be safe, brother. This is Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 1. Hey, all praises. He just threw a hatchet in the water. I don't even know. And then he threw a mask in the water. He said his name was Elijah. Hold up. This is Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 1. Let brotherly love continue. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. What I could pick up what that brother was saying, he was talking about being written in the book of life. He was talking about crying out to God because he couldn't eat for 7 days, and he got fed from angels in heaven. And he said his name was Elijah. Now, I don't know if that brother tripping, but you got to understand something. People don't just walk up to anybody and say that type of stuff. See, there's a reason that the men of the Lord are sitting on these corners letting blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians know that the white man is going into slavery, and it's well deserved. But in the meantime, the Most High God is going to show many mighty signs and incredible works. See, and today we had that eclipse here in Texas. More specifically, San Antonio and New Braunfels. See, and you got folks walking around, they don't know what time it is. See, America's at its end. See these white folks walking around, they think they understand what's going on. Meanwhile, this entire country is rotting from the inside out. And they have no clue what's going on. But see, if you actually consult the scriptures and the men of the Most High God, we can inform you. It's not hard. It's not even complex. See, the land of Magog in the Bible is obviously the Russians today. If you look at the maps of antiquity of the land of Magog, you see today's Russia, right? And then you see the so-called brick nations are the four carpenters that are going to scatter the nations that scattered Judah, as it says in Zechariah. See those white folks walking by? See, they were jeering, making faces, but they don't understand. The Most High God speaks in such a way that the heathen are not going to understand. As a matter of fact, they're going to mock and taunt at it. See, and one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that if it were so plain to be understood, then everybody would know what's in this book. But the reality is most people have no clue what's in this book because the Most High God reveals his secret unto his servants, the prophets. As it says in Amos 3 and 7. But let's go ahead and continue on with our lesson. I think we got blessed with a message that we couldn't understand a lot of it because it was in Spanish. But what we could understand, the brother was speaking mighty in the spirit. And for him to be named Elijah, and then what he did at the end, throwing his hatchet and a mask into the river there, hey, the Most High God is going to show what that means in the days to come. See, those of us who man these corners and do the work, we see many strange things, but we see them for a reason. Y'all got time for the Bible today? All right. Thou sayest. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Always, brother.
What tribe you from, brother, in the Bible?
Oh, that's a good one.
Is your father Mexican? You from the tribe of Issachar, if that's the case. Issachar means he is higher in the Hebrew. The hardest working people on the planet are Mexican men and women, and that's your gift from the Lord. See, again, to those who say they know the Bible, if you don't know what tribe you come from, you need to start at the basics. Because, see, it's not just the Bible you're ignorant of. You're ignorant of history. You're ignorant of migratory patterns. You're ignorant of all the nations and their respective identities in the Bible on the planet today. But let's get back to the lesson, right? Man. So we saw in Matthew 10 and 5 through 6 that we were instructed by our Messiah to go not into the way of the Gentiles, right? But to go only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Now, during that time, they were being instructed to not go to the remnant of the northern kingdom. That might have been in Samaria. They were also being told not to go unto those who were not receptive to this truth. See, going unto the Gentiles, that was to be commissioned later, right? After Yahushua had departed and left us with the Holy Spirit. Because many of our people did not speak the native and holy tongue of Hebrew. And as a result, we would not have been able to communicate with our brethren. Just as I had issues communicating with my brother here. Now, I do pray that the Most High God put the Spirit on us as his men, as the prophets, to understand our brethren when they come up speaking a foreign tongue that we might not understand. But just as I couldn't understand my brother here, only bits and pieces of what I can pick up in Spanish, right? That was where we were at during those days when Yahushua walked the earth. Many of our people did not speak Hebrew. And as a result, we had to receive the Holy Spirit in order to give us utterance and understanding. Right? Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes? All right, I'll be here, brother. But let's go ahead and move on to the next verse. We're going to go to Luke 21 and 22, and we're going to read Luke 28. This is Luke, chapter 21 and verse 22. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. See, we are currently living in the days of vengeance, right? We're seeing the love of many wax cold. So much so that even women are not even wanting to raise their own children anymore. We're seeing a murderous spirit be roused up in the hearts of our people in their own households, let alone in public and about in the world. We're hearing of wars and rumors of wars. We're seeing all types of strange signs in heaven and strange signs about the earth. These are the days of vengeance. Verse 23, but woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days, for there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon the people, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And we're seeing that now. The time of the Gentiles is nearly fulfilled. The people over in Israel today pretending to be God's people, their time is almost up. Verse 25, and there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring. You know you special, right? You an Israelite? Thou sayest. But we see here that our Messiah was warning us that we would see many signs. And some of those signs would be of the stars and of the sun and the moon. Today we had that eclipse in the middle of the day. That is not a light sign from the Lord, but many people are going to take it lightly. See, that's why blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, when you get caught out here, when judgment arrives, you are not going to have any excuses. Absolutely none. Because the Most High God has sent every sign and symbol that he can to you. He sent prophets telling you to stop doing the things that he hates and to return unto your heritage and unto your people to keep the laws of God. He's been sending every possible mean of help. And yet most of our people are not bothered. That's why in the day of judgment, you will get exactly what you deserve. And I speak that same word for me as well. We will all get what we deserve. The judgment that we receive from the Most High God will be meet. And I mean M-E-E-T. It will be standard, acceptable, right? But let's keep going. Verse 26, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. So, we're seeing all of these things prophesied of come to pass today. That is why many of us, especially in the truth, we are looking up during the days and the nights, and we are seeing strange things, seeing all types of vehicles and chariots of the Most High God go across the sky or just hang out in the sky. We're seeing all these things, right?
If you're conservative enough, they'll probably go for the tie.
But let's move on. We are going to go to Matthew 15 and 9 through 17. How you doing, brother?
Good, how you doing?
That's a good dog. Walking without the leash? Yeah.
I'm training him right now.
Okay. What do you do to train him?
So I have this e-power, so what I do, I send to a sit down. And so what I do, I send to an actual trainer.
Okay.
To ask me what he was doing. So I sent to him for about 10 days, so he slept it and everything. He trained all day. Just at his house training out and about. And then once he was done, I came pick him up. It was an hour-long training session. Like, man, this is how you work it. And also, too, like power. You feel your hand and turn it up until you know, like, what it feels like. So you won't just be like, oh, yeah, let me go on 50 and
Yeah, you're shocking me.
yeah.
Okay, I get it.
So it's so low. So one time I come a little high, it's when we're like around people, like live people, or it's other animals around.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you can listen.
Get his attention.
Yeah. I don't want him to go out and just fight somebody, but they gotta put you down now.
How much that cost to get that training?
About $2 grand.
I must love that dog, man.
I want my dog to be
father so-called black or Negro?
What's it? So, are you talking about black as a skin color, or are you talking about black because black is a color, not ethnic?
That's right. So that's why I'm asking you. So is he a Negro or is he Puerto Rican?
Oh, so
He's Negro? Now, you know in the Bible it says that Yahushua, or Jesus Christ, right? That's his name in the English, right? They say that Jesus Christ was essentially a black man, right? You know where that's found at?
skin of bronze and all that.
Okay, so you know that.
Yeah.
Now, did you know that's in Revelations 1 and 14? But if you go over to Revelations 4 and 2, it tells you that God looks the same way. He's black as well. I'm out here to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that we're the people of the book. We're the Israelites, right? Because doesn't a king typically look like the people that he rules over? So if Jesus Christ was the king of the Jews, or the king of the Judites, the members of Judah, why would today's Jews look like white people over Israel? They're not the real Jews, right? And the way that we know that is if we read it right here. This is Revelations 2 and 9. I know thy works, in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. So the people claiming to be us are the high church of our opponent, Satan. Okay? That's all Satan means, is adversary. Now, it can mean the spiritual demon Satan, or, of course, adversary, right? You play video games at all? No? Not anymore? Okay, I'm 42. I don't play video games anymore. But
I got time for it, that's why.
okay, that's a good problem to have. That means you got stuff going on. But back in the day when you used to play fighting games and stuff like that, it was you on one side and Satan on the other side, or your opponent. That's all the Bible's talking about, right? So I didn't want to stop you to keep you too long because I know your dog wants to walk. But do you know why our people are in the predicament that they're in? Why we went through slavery? Do you know about that? Okay. Did you know the Bible talks about it? I'll show you. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So for not listening to God, you wrote me under curses, right? The curse of slavery is right here. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. The word Egypt in Exodus 20 and 2, Egypt is called a house of bondage. So if I beat you over the head, I put you in chains, and I drag you to my house and make you work for me, what's that called? Slavery, right? So, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. What's a bondman and a bondwoman? Slave man and slave woman. And no man shall buy you. Isn't that what happened over here? When we got sold to the white man, no one came and got us. We were stuck over here. Same with the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the Native Indians, whether they be Seminole, or, you know, like Apache, Comanche, all of them, etc., right? So we all fit this one curse. But did you know from verse 15 all the way over, there are different curses? Here's one that I can show you right now. Verse 23, and the heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is underneath thee shall be iron. What are these buildings made out of? Iron, brick, brass, right? Steel. But what about the ground? If you break this concrete, this brick open, what's in it? Iron. That's a curse. Because if this is here, how can a fruit tree grow? As a matter of fact, if you didn't have money in your bank account, where would you eat at? Now you're seeing how these curses work. And it goes even further. This is verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed you. Have you seen those photos of our people in slavery with the metal collars on? Yeah, what happened when they took those collars off? We didn't do anything. We didn't go, oh, kill the white man. We didn't do that. And I'm not saying to do that. But if somebody had you in slavery for, what, like 400 years and you finally got free, would you want to fight them back? But we didn't do that. You know why? Destroyed. And we're destroyed today. You strike me as a man who doesn't like the way our people are today. Our women twerking, being whores, our men being niggas and deadbeat daddies. You don't like that. And I don't like it either. But guess what? That's a curse too. Verse 54, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave. And then there's a curse for the woman, right here, in verse 56, the tender and delicate woman among you, and it goes into it, right? So all these things that are happening to us are because we don't keep God's laws. Now, do you read the Bible at all? How many laws are there in the Bible? Okay. Have you heard of the Hebrew Israelites at all?
I haven't.
Okay. Start looking up the videos, brother, because you see that war going on in Israel right now, right?
I relocated to so I kind of,
Well, pay attention, brother. The Bible tells you to not be ignorant of anything, great or small.
I'm not. It's just when I work there and stuff, so I have to do my shit.
I understand. I'm ex-military, so I understand. I get you. But the only reason why I'm saying that is because during World War III, the Bible talks about.
Well, yeah, we can.
You want to leave, but you're doing it. That's good. That's good. But the Bible talks about the second woe being past and the third woe coming quickly. It's talking about World War III. What's going on in Israel today is going to force all the nations to pick a side. And World War III, when it breaks out, that's when your Messiah is coming. Right? There are 613 laws in the Bible. Our whole point of existing is to keep the laws of God. Laws like not eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. That's in Leviticus 11, dietary laws. Not smoking. Defiling your temple. That's in 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 16. Right? I'm only out here to let you know that so that you can keep the laws of God and start committing works that show yourself worthy of being preserved. Because you think if America's going to be destroyed, how do you think it's going to be destroyed? Nah. Have you seen? Well, I'll just tell you. Russia has a missile called Sarmat 2. They call that missile Satan 2. That's actually its nickname. It's a hypersonic missile, and it's capable of carrying 14 nuclear warheads that can wipe out areas the size of Texas each. The Bible says America's going to be destroyed in 1 hour. What's capable of destroying an entire land in 1 hour? Nuclear missiles. The Bible foretells of the destruction of America during World War III with nuclear missiles. And we're this close, brother. Right? You're an Israelite, brother, from the tribe of Judah, most likely. I would say repent, keep the laws of God, and I'm out here every Saturday from about 5:30 to about 10 p.m. to let our people know more about the law, more about the history, whatever you want to know. Right? And when I say history, I'm talking about history
It goes
like
down to
this.
the river.
Right? This is a book called The Memoirs of the Secret Service of John Mackie. Right? This was a spy who was in
I
the
think
court
it's the same
of
thing.
the what is
It's
it?
like a handicap ramp.
Oh,
in
I
the
see where you're
stairs.
going here. Okay, Lewis, come this
The
way.
Stuart dynasty. He was a
Thank
spy.
you.
And he wrote about the likeness of various people. Right? And he describes them as being black or brown people. For 1,000 years, we ruled in Europe while our native brothers were here in the Americas. Right? When we didn't keep the laws of God, the white man came out the caves in 449 AD, and he started pushing us west throughout Europe. And then eventually he pushed us all the way to the west coast of Africa. And you know the rest, because we got pushed from West Africa over here to be slaves. That all happened because we didn't keep the law. All right? Well, brother, my name is Haya L. Laylan? All right, nice to meet you, man. But if I see you about, I'm going to call you over, and hopefully I can break you off the scripture too and get you closer to keeping the laws, man. Because did you know once we all start keeping the law, not all, but 1/3 of our people, once we are up to that number, we're going to get at it. That's why we're close today. That's why you're hearing about the Hebrew Israelites, because I'm not the only brother doing this.
That
You're fighting. You listening to me. But, Laylan, I'm going to let you go, man. But, yeah, oh, always, man. Got God on my side. I ain't scared of nothing, brother. All praises. All praises to the Most High God. Yeah, bud. But, let's get back to the lesson. All right, anyway. So let's keep going. We're going to go ahead and go back to Luke 21. We didn't quite finish. Ooh, that sun's in my face. I cannot see nothing. We're going to just start over. No, that's This is Luke 21 and 22. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon the people. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. So Yahushua spoke of us being scattered, and our land being inhabited by those who would later turn around and call themselves the people of God. Right? Verse 25. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the seas and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. See where it says that men's hearts failing them for fear, right? And looking upon those things that are coming upon the earth. See, a lot of our people, man, they're going to be having heart attacks when they hear them air raid sirens going off. When America's about to be bombed out of existence, you're going to have people putting in last-minute prayers to God, and it falling on deaf ears, and many people going to give up the ghost simply because they're so afraid. Right? And that is when we're going to see the Son of Man coming in great power and in great glory. And he's going to disperse his angels to gather his elect. See, that's why now, if you're black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, and you're first hearing about this truth, how you doing, brother? You special, man. That's why you stronger than everybody else. You run longer than everybody else. You an Israelite, brother. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you God's chosen. If you got time, man, talk to me about boxing. I love to chop it up. Hey, you doing little hand motions as he runs. See, I do road work too, man. Hey, what's up, Jalon? Shalom, brother. Right? But many people, they heart gonna just give out, man, when they hear them air raid sirens going on. Shalom, brother. How you doing? Right. So what we talking about right now is we in Luke. You need a Bible? Okay, cool. But we in Luke 21, and we just went down, I guess, 25 to 28. Right? But when it comes to the last minutes of America, you're going to have a lot of people who just ain't going to make it. They're going to give up the ghost out of sheer terror, man. That's what Yahushua was warning our people of back then with the Romans. But his prophecies were manifold. You got to understand, Yahushua only had so much time to spend with his people before he was to be called back to sit at the right hand of the Father. Right? So the way he spoke to us, more times than not, it was manifold in its meaning. Right? He gave prophecies for the immediate time frame, and then he gave those same prophecies that fit the long game, right? Verse 27, and then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. And that's what we're trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians today. If you look over in the nation of Israel, they fighting over our homeland, right? They fighting over our homeland. Everybody trying to look like they innocent. Meanwhile, everybody guilty, because ain't none of them heathens supposed to be over there, right?
I gotta take these jackets off, bro.
Are you fine? But the reality is that you can't have these heathen over in our homeland talking about they the real chosen of God, and expecting when the Messiah returns that they just going to be allowed to live there. Right? That's the reality of what is going on in the earth today. Right? You see a lot of people who are trying to make illegitimate claims to the land of Israel. Meanwhile, if you ask them, how are you an Israelite? They don't know. They don't know where to begin, man. But let's keep going. Right? Because we had another instance of seeing the signs of heaven. Right? Being indicative of the times that are either here or are to come. Did you see that solar eclipse today, bro?
Yeah, I was outside.
That shit was crazy, man.
It ain't the whole city.
Eerie, right?
Yeah, real eerie. When I walked outside, I was like, damn. So I called my brother. My brother was like, man, check that out.
Mm-hmm.
Everything on the ground.
Yeah. So we got some binoculars, right?
Oh,
So we just put on some sunglasses and looked through the binoculars. Brother, it looked like plasma in the sky.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Man, it looked like it's just like a plasma ring when it was at its fullest. But let's keep going with the lesson here.
20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, man, got to enjoy it too, man. That never happens. But we're gonna go to Jeremiah 31 and 31, and we're gonna read down to 37. Because see, we need to understand something about the ordinances of the sun and the moon. See, I started out my lesson by reading Genesis 1 and 1 through 18 to demonstrate that the sun and the moon are for the times and the seasons and to be a light during the day or a light during the night, but they are not the cause of day and night, right? The sun and the moon gives us indications of different times, right? But we're going to go down to Jeremiah 31 and 31, and we're going to read to 38. Yeah, man, it's a big lesson, man. I'm trying to get through it. Yeah. 38. This is Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 31. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was a husband unto them, saith Yahweh. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. So that's something that indicates that we are not currently under the new covenant, although the blood of our Messiah has been shed to purchase the new covenant, right? To any of y'all who are over the age of 40 and have been broke for a while, right? You'll remember something called layaway, right? Say a new PlayStation came out. You get to the store, put hands on it, and you take it to customer service, and they'll put it on layaway for you. You pay a certain amount, and they'll just hold it behind the counter, and you can pay on it in installments. And when you pay it off, you can come get it that same day, you can get it the next month, or whatever their time frame is. So all I'm saying is, the new covenant has been paid off, but it's still at the store behind the counter. That's all. So to anybody saying that we're under the new covenant, the fact that you have to even teach them anything out the Bible shows that we're not in the new covenant.
And we haven't met Christ.
And you haven't even met the Messiah yet. That's a good point. How you going to be under the new covenant and you're not under your king, Yahweh Shah? It doesn't make any sense, right? But we're going to keep moving on, right? Verse 33. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, saith the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. Now, before I read this next part, which is the meat of why I got this, I want to make a comment and say, notice that the new covenant is only for Judah and for Israel. Where are the heathen in this whole pericope? So you'll have a lot of heathen coming up saying, I'm grafted in. They'll say all types of nonsense like they're adopted or that they're under the covenant. You have some heathen who honestly believe that they're under both the old and new covenant, when the Bible tells us specifically that the Most High God is not making these covenants with anybody but the Israelites. Right? Verse 35. Thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea when the waves thereof roll. The Lord of hosts is his name. If those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. So, if you wake up one morning and it's light outside but ain't no sun in the sky, and it's like that for the whole week, just know we ain't God's people no more. Or say you don't see the sun that day, and then night come by and no moon, no stars. It's just a black sky. You might want to start getting a little worried, right? Because the Most High God has said if those ordinances depart from him, then we're going to cease from being his people forever. Verse 37, thus saith the Lord, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith Yahweh. That's also why the white man is going down into the oceans. He's trying to search out the depth of the Mariana Trench, only to find out that there's all types of holes in the earth that go so deep down, he doesn't even know how deep they go because water takes on a new molecular composition, and he can't even get down there, right? Most people don't know about substances like Ice 7, Ice 5, Ice 2, Ice 3, all types of configurations of water under high pressures. Water turns into a gel, it turns into a solid, a gas, but at these pressures, it turns into more solid states than just liquid water. It even takes on different molecular conductance. Its electroconductance changes, right? So the entire array of water at those depths are untraversable because it's a new configuration of water. It would be like learning how to move through brick.
Insane.
Yeah. Imagine if you knew how to move through the ground without disturbing the actual soil thereof.
Right.
That's what you would have to do to go through that water. Or you're gonna have a craft that's so sturdy and powerful and solid that it's able to literally pry that water apart and swim through it. And we don't know of anything that's capable of doing those things. The white man certainly don't know of anything capable, because if he did, his ass would be down there trying to get these measurements so we could be done away with, right? But we see here that the signs of the heavens play their role again, right? They play their role every day. We know we are God's chosen people still, first and foremost, by every time we wake up in the morning and we see the sun shining in the sky, or the moon at night if you work a night shift. You wake up and you see that moon, you can just breathe a sigh of relief before going to clock in for the white man, because we all got the same
All
problem,
got the same problem.
right? But let's move on. We're going to go ahead and roll over. You want to get the next one? It's going to be Matthew 13 and 9 through 17. Yes, sir.
This is Matthew 13, verse 9. Who hath ears to hear, let them hear. Verse 10. And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? Verse 11. He answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given.
So, one of the things that we have to understand, as it says, I said this earlier in Amos, right? 3 and 7. The Most High God is only revealing his secrets unto his people. And then of his people, there's only a chosen few who gonna get it, because it ain't for everybody. See, a lot of times we'll be doing the work and you'll have people walking by taunting, going, I don't see anybody here. You ain't talking to nobody. Not understanding that many are called, but few are chosen. All right? They think we get a merit badge if we get a certain amount. And that's not how it works. This ain't Scientology. I don't have a recruitment quota. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 12. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whoever shall have not, from him shall be taken away even that he hath. Verse 13. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they see and see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand.
Pause right there. So Yahushua was speaking some high knowledge to our people. And he had to break it down in a simple way that it could be understood. Because you got to remember, heavenly things are often taught to the heavenly people. Now, what if you're a heavenly person, but yet you've learned the carnal ways of earthly beings? That's what happened to many of our people. That's why, although Yahushua spoke to multitudes, they really didn't believe until they saw the works. See, those who were able to understand what Yahushua and the apostles were saying, learn thereby, and repent, those were a special breed of people. Right? That's why the Bible talks about those of us who don't require a sign to believe and have faith. That is a special thing. Right? But during those times, Yahushua had to often tell the apostles, look, man, I'm not telling this to everybody, because if it was for everybody, I would make sure they understood.
Maybe I understand it.
Yeah, we'd be out of here. right? If it were for all, and plus you got to remember, he was saying this while we were being occupied and dominated by the Romans. So not only was it not for everybody, but he couldn't say it in such a way that our enemies would come and disrupt the dispensation of the gospel, right? There was a very important work that had to be done. Hey, you good, brother? No, they spraying, man. Yeah, they were spraying before the eclipse, trying to block the sky where I live at. Yeah, they be spraying all day, man. Whenever there's gonna be an eclipse, they be spraying hard, man. Most like I blew all that shit out of the sky. We got to see that shit crystal clear.
I'm going through it right now.
I understand, brother. I understand. But so we got to understand that the times that our people were living in before, the message that was spoken to our people was not plainly spoken more times than not, and it became even more complex when you had brothers like Paul dispensing the gospel to our people who believed themselves to be Libyans, Greeks. They believed themselves to be Gentiles, though they were the Israelites. Right? That's why the letters of Paul are very hard to understand. But if you think Paul's words are hard to understand, try analyzing the words of Yahushua and not reading the part where Yahushua tells you what he means. You got to remember, only the apostles got the breakdown. Everybody else was sitting there going, I don't get it. And Yahushua was like the elders in GMS. They like, yo, if you don't get it, nigga, we moving on. Right? But the fact that we're able to get this message today and yet our people still don't get it, it shows that the Most High God either opens up your understanding or he keeps it closed. And for many of our people, that understanding is closed. Keep going, brother.
Verse 14. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Esaias, which saith, by hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing you shall see, and shall not perceive. Verse 15. For the people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. Verse 16. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your eyes, and your ears, for they hear. Verse 17. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them. Verse 18. Hear ye,
17. So the times that we live in today, we're seeing the prophecies of the Bible jump off the page. The wars and the rumors of wars. We see that. We see our land being trodden down of the Gentiles. Those who call themselves Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. We see that. We see earthquakes and tempests and storms and all types of disasters all over the earth. See, most people, they're not following what's going on in Europe and its weather. They're having record-setting storms right now. Yeah. Yeah, they got all types of stuff going on. They got all them earthquakes have been hitting in the Middle East. And you talking about thousands of people being snuffed out in a moment.
Well, the Exodus war on Amalek.
Yeah.
Generation.
Throughout the generation.
How do you feel about that today?
Well, I mean, I feel great about it.
It's a promise.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. The Most High God swore that he would get his vengeance by the hands of his people Israel. So as much as you might see them people suffering, just know a lot of it is being made up by them too. Right? Because now it's starting to come out that Hamas was an actual terrorist organization started by the Israeli Mossad. Right? So just like America created Al-Qaeda, the Israelis over there created Hamas. You see what I'm saying? But what often happens is they arm all these people and then they do dirt to their people, and eventually somebody gets in power who has an inclination toward their own, and they lose control of the organization. That's exactly what's happened today. Right? But let's move on. Right? So we're going to go ahead. We read the whole. So we're going to go to Romans 9 and 1 through 5. Right? We're going to get some of the milk scriptures. Right? And we're going to go 1 through 5. Because see, one of the things we need to understand is when we're talking about the signs and the symbols that the stars are the sun, the moon, and the stars, what they represent, we know they represent our status as the Most High God's chosen people. But the reality is that even if you disregard that altogether, we're straight up told who all these promises are for, right? That's why a lot of times you'll have heathen, they'll try to cherry pick what they want to get out of Paul's writing, right? And they're cherry picking in the hopes that you actually don't read the scriptures. Yeah, you want to get it?
This is Romans 9, chapter 9, verse 1.
Come on.
I say the truth in Christ, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost. Verse 2. That I have great heaviness and consensual sorrow in my heart. For I could wish that myself would be accursed from Christ for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites.
No, the heathen.
Who are Israelites.
No, it's anybody.
Who are Israelites.
God loved the world.
Who are Israelites.
Israelites. Keep going.
To whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenants and the giving of the law and the service of God and the promises.
Okay, stop right there. So, verse 4 is a nuclear bomb for anybody talking about everybody is saved, everybody can get it, right? We're going to go line by line, right? He starts off by saying this message is for those who are the Israelites. And then he says, to whom pertaineth, meaning to whom it belongs to. The adoption, that's your grafting in. See, that's the grafting in that the heathens say pertains unto them. Y'all got time for the Bible today? That's a shame, sister. Yeah, I know if I was a white man, you talk to me. I know. See, the fact that our women don't want to talk to us is not a surprise. I talk directly to you, sister, and you pretend like you didn't hear me. She can at least look at me. Do you have time for the Bible? Stay out our business. You don't know what's going on between black men and black women. See, apparently you're speaking up to talk to her, but you can't talk to your brother. Shut up and walk. Shut up and walk. Just walk. Just walk. You don't even know what's in this Bible. That's a symbol for Tammuz. That shows how dumb you are. Holding up a heart. See, again, we're not during the days where we're going to be nice to our people anymore. The coonery of our sisters, you don't want to talk to us? I'm calling it out. Right? She want to walk down the damn river walk with a bunch of goops, but yet when her brother talks to her, she ain't got time. Don't worry about it. When your Messiah comes, you're going to have all the time in the world to beg and plead so he can tell your ass to kick rocks. Our people don't realize what time they're in. And you got the damn heathen always trying to walk up and make excuses, not understanding this ain't for you. Stay out our business. And part of our problem as blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians is that we allow everybody except for our own people to have conversations about our well-being, about our status with our God. See, and I noticed when I said that, I got her attention. She stood still like she was offended. All of a sudden, somebody else has to come up and make excuses. You mean to tell me you're a black woman walking around with a bunch of people you don't know, in terms of they're not from your family, and yet you somehow don't speak English? So you're a minority of a minority in America. But she heard enough of what I said to get offended and stand still. As I said to a sister a couple of weeks ago, if we're not trying to get the box or your number, our women are useless. Useless. And it's sad to say that there are many sisters in this truth who are pillars of strength and rest to their brothers. But the rest of you, I almost said hoes. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. The rest of you hoes out here hopping rod to rod, destruction is coming. And it's coming quick. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to just talk about it. I'm going to read about it. Go ahead and read verse 5, and we're going to go ahead and go to Micah.
Romans 9, verse 5. Who are the fathers, and of whom, as concerning the flesh, Christ came, who is over all, God bless forever. Amen.
All praises. Right? So Paul drilled it home in Romans 9 that all the blessings are for the Israelites. The covenants are for the Israelites. The adoption or the grafting in is for the Israelites. And the glory to come It's for the Israelites. See, one of the things that I love about what Gorilla be talking about and Deacon, they juxtapose all the abuse that they put us through, only for them to turn around and somehow receive salvation and rule over their own people in the kingdom of heaven. That makes no sense. Meanwhile, there was no such thing for us while we were in captivity. See, and one of the things that the white man loves to bring up is that there were there were black or Hispanic slave owners. Just like there are black and Hispanic business owners today, but who do they pay their taxes to?
Thanks.
Right? Who are they paying all the tribute that they owe their government to? They're not paying it to their own people. When there's new decrees to be put forth, they're not going to their own people to go, hey, how we gonna do this? They're going to their oppressor. So just as we are completely subject to our enemies today, they will be subject to us in the kingdom of heaven, because the Most High God's judgment is like unto a ring. Right? But I want to get this in Micah real quick. Right? Because this is something that our people have to get through their head. See, a lot of our sisters, they don't understand. We're coming into the time where the white man is not going to save you. You're going to call 911. It ain't.
The biggest guard dog for the white man is the black woman.
Is the black woman. That is period paragraph, man.
Right.
And if you read the Willie Lynch letter, he designed it that way. He knew that if he broke the black man in front of her and then put a threat on her and her children's life, that she would begin raising the female offspring to be aggressive and forward, and raising the male offspring to be reserved and timid. He knew that. And he... Oh, go ahead, bro. Yeah. Deuteronomy, yeah. But the thing that our sisters don't quite understand is that we're standing up for our people, right? This ain't a black woman, black man thing. This is an Israel thing. We're standing up for our people. And if you want to pretend like you don't want to return home, I got to give you the stiffest warning that I can, because your enemies are not in your corner. They're not. Right? But let me get this real quick. Where is it? It's like, she that is my enemy shall see. I'm just gonna. You got it. Yeah, I need to go straight to it. No. She that is my enemy shall see it. I know it's in Micah, where it talks about them being trodden down like the mire of the streets. I could have swore it was in Micah 7. Yeah, 7 and 10. Yeah. I was about to say, I looked right at it, but I couldn't find it. Damn, I get it. I want to get there. This is Micah, chapter 7 and verse 9. I will bear the indignation of the Lord, because I have sinned against him, until he plead my cause, and execute judgment for me. He will bring me forth to the light, and I shall behold his righteousness. See, that's one thing, again, that our sisters don't understand when they say, you don't make enough money. I need a nigga who makes 6 figures. Right? I need a man who got a 4,000 square foot home with a 3-car garage. They don't understand. We're paying our penance for our sins. See, our forefathers have sinned and are not, and we have borne their iniquities, as it says in the book of Lamentations, chapter 5 and 7. Right? And with us bearing the sins of our fathers, we don't have the wealth that we should have as Israelites. Right? So our sisters are in for a rude awakening when our Messiah returns and gives us back essentially the PlayStation that is on layaway. We're going to get everything back and more, because it's a better covenant. Right? Verse 10. Then she that is mine enemy shall see it, and shame shall cover her, which said unto me, where is the Lord thy God? Mine eyes shall behold her, Now shall she be trodden down as the mire of the streets. So our sisters who walk by with all these heathen thinking that they made it, thinking that I'm amongst real civilized folk now. You gonna see. We gonna see how civilized Moab is when HEB stops selling chicken and pork. And he gotta start looking in attics for spiders and bats to eat. Because you know that's their chosen cuisine. See, that's one of the reasons why I found this out myself. I used to hang out with this brother who was Chinese. Well, he was obviously from Moab, but I think he might have been from somewhere in the Philippines. But he wasn't our people, right? He was Moab. But one of the things that I found out is that they don't even eat their actual food in front of us. And they do that for a reason, because when you see their authentic dishes, they're often disgusting. They eat things like meat cakes.
Snail.
Yes, snail, octopus, and they eat it as raw as they can. Sometimes they just outright eat it raw with sauce on it.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's spiders, octopuses, squid, all that. See, we think Esau is sick, but you can only imagine a retarded motherfucker.
Right.
Right? We talking about the children of Lot, the actual OG mamsers. Right? These people are literally the quintessential Down syndrome people by way of their inception, right? Our people thinking they making it, hanging out with all these different heathen people. You got Ham sticking his head up cows' asses and drinking cow piss.
Walking all around here right now. It's a bunch of Hamites
Yeah.
here right now.
And Hamites are everywhere, by the way, right? But then you got the children of Lot, our people trying to get with them. Our people trying to get with the folks from India. And see, and the more you find out about them niggas from India, man, that shit is terrible, man. They be bathing in the same river that they shit and piss in, the Ganges River. Boy, but you better learn about these people. That's why, again, we're a special people unto the Most High God. But our people pretending like they don't see their brethren, they gonna pay for that thing when judgment comes.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. She came over here lying right in your face.
Yeah,
As soon as she came right here, she was already stopped.
yeah,
She already had turned around and was disgusted with what you said.
yeah.
Y'all don't see what happens off camera. The young lady turned right around as soon as he got to talking and grabbed her chest like it was just something that she ain't never heard before.
She grabbed her pearls.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. And then the other lady, which looked like she was part of us, walking with groups
She could have
too.
been Northern Kingdom, but you know what? When she had that big an issue, she could have stuck around. See, I said blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. If it fit, it fit. Now, what if they were Filipino and they were victims of the Ruta de la Plata? In other words, Mexicans taken to the Philippines in Manila, right? Then they're confusion of face. And I'm talking to them, but the thing is, if your spirit don't bear witness with this, I'm judging you by your countenance. That's all I got. And I gotta let our people know, you making efforts to walk with folks, be in league with folks who ain't your own, you are going to pay for that. Right? Well, let's go ahead and get back to the lesson. Right? What we got next? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna slide over to Psalms 50 and 5, because we see through the ordinances of the sun and the moon. You got time for the Bible, brother? 5 minutes? That's a shame, man. If I was a big booty OnlyFans model, you'd be up here talking to me. I wouldn't be able to get away from you. I tell you, man. If I was a white man with a pamphlet and a ham sandwich, your ass would be up here jocking me all day. I'm hungry, brother. Can I get 3 of them? See, man, folks don't understand, man. I'm telling you. Because the Bible talks about the famine of the word in Amos 8 and 11. It talk about the famine of the word. How people going to be combing the streets looking for the men of the Lord, trying to figure out what's going on. It's going to be too late, man. This is Psalms 50 and 5. Gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. So, you've got the Most High God issuing a command to gather his people. Y'all got time for the Bible? That's a shame. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all the Israelites. Repent and keep God's laws. See? Again, they always wave us off. That's fine. But the Most High God is saying to gather his saints unto him. And he specifies who his saints are. those that have made a covenant with him by sacrifice. Well, who made a covenant with the Most High God by sacrifice? The Israelites in the wilderness. Right? Had the blood sprinkled on the altar, the blood sprinkled on the people. And we affirmed all that he bade us to do, or bid us to do, we would do. Now, in this same chapter, we're going to go over to verse 16, and we're going to read a little bit down, and we're going to see how the Most High God feels about the wicked. Because if God loves everybody, and the sun and the moon don't mean anything in terms of representing us as God's chosen people, surely it should say the wicked, just tell them to repent, and tell them that God said it's cool and come on down. We'll see though. This is Psalms 50 and 16. But unto the wicked God said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee? That's what the Most High God has to say to the wicked. And we know the most wicked and profane people are the Edomites. So if you're the most wicked on the face of the planet, this verse fits you doubly. What have they to do to take the covenant of the Most High God into their mouth, seeing that they hate instruction and cast the words of God behind them? They persecute God's prophets. They murder God's people. They burn the Bible. Hell, they do something worse than that. Because that burning the Bible, they've actually tried that numerous times. If you read the book of Maccabees, they did it. And they were destroying Bibles during the Roman occupation as well. Right? But another thing that they actually tried to do, they said, okay, fuck it. We can't destroy the Bible, but how about this? We'll release the Bible with about 80% of it redacted or removed. So things like Exodus are completely removed, aside from maybe a chapter or two. So you don't even get to read about the Israelites being liberated from Egypt. But they'll keep verses in the Bible like slaves obey your masters, even the cruel ones. Right? They'll take out the verses that talk about if you find a runaway slave, you're supposed to help or let him go, not return him to his master. But the thing is, though, when you're talking about the most wicked people on the planet, it fits. When God basically says, what do you got to do with this? Why are you taking my covenant into your mouth? And actually, can you read this for me, brother? It's going to be in Revelations. Let me get it real quick. Yeah, Revelations 22 and 19. Right? Because we got to understand, we're talking about people being wicked. When you add on to the Bible, when you try to change the word of God, the Most High God feels a certain way about that. Go ahead and hit it. Hit it with it.
Revelations 22, verse 19. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out the book of life, and out the holy city,
An Israelite, though.
from the things which are written in this book.
Hey, bro. How you doing? You read the Bible? Okay. Well, I have a question, right? So I see you training, right? You a boxer, right? A little bit, I can tell, because I do roll work too, right? So why do you think blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians were the toughest people on the planet, but the fastest, but the strongest? Okay. Beast of burden for who, though? Okay. So what you're saying is we're slaves, and we've been built up through rigorous training, right? What if I told you that that's part of it, but the reason why we're the best is because God made us that. God chose a certain people in the Bible, and those people are special people. This is Deuteronomy 7 and 6. For thou art the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Now, if I say you're above another group of people, that means you're better than me, right? You're better than everyone else in every single way. Are you Mexican by chance? Who's that? Okay, El Salvador? Okay, you're from the tribe of Zebulun, man. So you are an Israelite, but so Issachar in the Hebrew, his name means it's high, right? So if you were Mexican, I would ask you, like, who's paving all these roads, building all these buildings? But for you, there's a different prophecy, right? El Salvador, your land is near the Yucatan Peninsula, right? Did you know that during the time of King Solomon, he was sending African navigators over to this land to get gold, silver, and precious stones? Now, the Bible says that there is a prophecy surrounding your people, that land will be a port to the Zidonians. Zidon is a nation of Ham. When did Africans or Hamites come over to the Yucatan Peninsula and dock? I just told you, it was during the time of Solomon. Because when you were actually in the land of Israel, they never used your ports as docks. They only did that here. That's how we know how you're one of the tribe, right? So say like the Negro, I'm from the tribe of Judah, right? There is prophecy surrounding Judah. Like our hands will be in the neck of our enemies. You're from El Salvador, the Mexican is from Mexico, the Peruvian who's an Israelite is from Peru. Where's the black man from here in America? Where's our land at? We don't have one. Why is it? Because our hands are in the necks of our enemies. Our enemies are on the top of us, right? That's how I know one way that we're the Israelites. But I want to show you the major way, right? How long you been training? Wow. Okay. You actually box?
I was kind of ready for 4 points.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you, man, don't batter your body like that, man. I wanted to be a boxer until I started seeing people with the neck injuries and stuff. Who was that boxer? He just took a hard jab. He ended up in a wheelchair. Yeah, I forget his name. It's a black fella. But once I saw that stuff, man, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just do the road work. Keep my skills, but I ain't gonna try to be pro. Anyway, let me show you this, right? This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. What type of curses, right? You just got done running. When you get done running, what hurts? Your feet, your knees, your back. Did you know that running on stone and asphalt is cursed? Like just being on it in general, right? This is verse 23. The heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is underneath thee shall be iron. When you break this concrete up, what's on it? Well, not just soil. What's in the concrete to make it strong? Iron bars. Yeah, the iron rebar that you see laying around sometimes, they put that in the concrete, right? But here's the big one, because I know you ain't got all the time in the world, right? But this is verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. The word Egypt comes from a Greek word, Egyptos, meaning to bind or to bound. So if I bind you, I take you to my house and I make you work for me, what's that called? That's exactly what it is. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. So when the Spanish conquistador came to El Salvador, who came and got you out of the hands of the conquistador? Nobody. As a matter of fact, who rules your government today? The conquistador does. Just like Mexico, Peru, Brazil, Bolivia, Argentina. In Argentina, they executed a murderous program so bad that there are so very few Argentinians left. I haven't even met a native Argentinian. Never. Yep. Claiming to be the natives. See, and the white man will do that after you kill all the real ones. That's why you see all them white folks here in America wearing the feather caps, talking about their Native American, right? But here's the thing. You were sold into the hands of your enemies. Did you know it even describes how your enemy would come to you and the animal that they would bear? Let me read it to you. Verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. So after the conquistador said, hey, look, you know what? We're sorry about slavery. Go ahead. You don't have to be in our fields anymore, picking our fruit, digging for gold. Basically, we're not going to cut your hands off if you don't get enough gold, right? When they let you loose, how many of your people turned around and tried to kill the conquistador? None. Just like black folks, we didn't turn around and try to get this white man out of here. Mexicans didn't do it. But it says that he would put that yoke of iron upon our neck until he destroyed us. How many of your people stand up and say, hey, look, this is the Mexicans' land? Nobody. Yeah, but the reason why is because we're divided and we're destroyed. We don't even know who we are. Up until you talked to me, did you know you were an Israelite? You did? All praises, right? But most of our people, they don't know that, right? They're destroyed. What camp do you watch? What camp? I'm just testing if you, like Israelite camp. Do you watch camps or do you watch videos on YouTube? Okay. All praises. So I have a question, man. If you're watching the videos, you've heard me in this spot, right? First time? Okay, all praise. I'm about to say, if you was walking by me for 2 years, I was about to get on you, man. So I've been here for about 2.5 years, brother. Yeah. But I'm out here every Saturday between about 4:30 to about 10 p.m. doing this, right? How many commandments are there? Do you know that? 613. 613. Right? So like the 10 Commandments, you know about them. But how about Leviticus 11, where it tells you not to eat pork? Shrimp, crab, and lobster. Those are just as important. Right? So that's why I'm out here, to let you know, to keep the commandments. Commandments like wearing your fringes. You already got your beard rocking. I can't grow it. My shit is terrible. Right? But you're not supposed to take a razor to your face or do linings. Right? That's a commandment. Right? Those are the things that we need to do so we can get out of our captivity. Right? But I'm going to leave you with this, brother, because I know you probably want to get home. Actually, how much time do you got? Okay. I want to give you this, and then if you come back or I see you around, I'll be happy to talk to you. But this is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment, and every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. So now that you know that you're supposed to be keeping the commandments, as you find out about commandments like keeping the Sabbath, you do that? Okay. When you get home, you have a Bible. If you're watching the videos, brother, you need a sword. Ah, damn. Hold up, stay right there. You got one now. Yeah. So when you get home, read Exodus 35. That's the one commandment I'm going to leave you with, right? Because learning how to keep the Sabbath, that is a major law. For us not keeping the Sabbath alone, the Most High God is willing to kill you, right? And put you in slavery. Can you imagine what being a homosexual, being a pedophile, all these different things our people are now getting into, right? Because they're starting to make mainstream pedophilia. Have you heard the term MAP, minor attracted person? The white man is literally starting to make all this stuff mainstream, and our people are falling, right? But with that being said, something like keeping the Sabbath is right here, right? It's very important. This is Exodus 35 and 1. And Moses gathered the congregation of the children of Israel together and said unto them, these are the words which the Lord hath commanded that ye should do. 6 days shall work be done, but on the seventh day there shall be to you, or that shall be to you a holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath. Right? Now I do see you working out. Right? Today happens to be the Sabbath, right? But I would just recommend, whenever the Sabbath comes around, whether you celebrate Lunar Sabbath or Friday, Saturday Sabbath, try not to work out, try not to do work. It just use it as a day to honor the Most High. My name is Haya L, brother. What's your name? Francisco. It's an honor. Tribe of Zebulon. All praises. Like that? Yeah. See? That's why we out here, man. This is not a recruitment contest, right? This is something that we try to tell our people. They be thinking like, well, I sit in a mega church with over 400 people every Sunday. We ain't saved. If the Bible says broad is the way to destruction, but narrow is the path to the kingdom, and you sit next to 500 niggas, you think you on the right path? Meanwhile, you walking by camps and brothers are trying their damnedest and they only got 1 or 2 people. That alone should make you pause and go, wait a minute, am I on the right side? You got time for Bible? Sorry? We just read the Bible. Okay. What about you?
I know Jesus is real, but it's another book we need to read.
Well, the Bible says none shall wonder me. So this should be the only book that we need. Now, I have a question. What does the word Quran mean?
I don't know, because I didn't read it. I never read it. He read it.
Okay. The word Quran means to recite. Recite. So if you're reciting something, that means you're quoting something or you're reading from something.
But he said the Bible was a bunch of parables.
Yeah, there's parables in here. Parables like metaphor or dark saying.
And a metaphor is like what? Like it's like reverse, right?
So say I'm trying to tell you about the way this works, like reading the Bible, and I describe it as being a fisherman, right? I'm describing it in a parable, right? I'm saying that I'm a fisher of men when I'm just reading the Bible and trying to police it. See what I'm saying? That's a parable, right?
Oh, usually like, oh, hold on. It's like, it ain't vicarious. It's like, I got the word. It's like,
Hypothetical or metaphysical.
it's another word for it. It ain't vicarious. It's another word for that. I know this word. I'm not trying to figure it out. It's like a like similar.
Yeah, there you go.
But it's another big word. Yeah.
But let's not get hung up on that, because I want to tell you this, because you brought up the Quran. The Bible says, I'm going to just read it. This is Amos 2 and 11. And I raised up your sons for prophets, and of your young men for Nazarenes. Is it not even thus, O ye children of Israel, saith the Lord? So, if the prophets of the Most High God were Allah, or the children of Israel, where does Muhammad come in as prophet?
No, that's not. I don't believe none of that. What I'm saying is, it's for people like okay, it's for different nationalities. I think different groups for different nationalities, for different denominations. Like you have Christians, you have Baptists, you have different denominations, right? You have non-denominations. But for non-denomination people, it's like devotional. I feel like the other book of the Quran, he used it as a devotional, because like he would tell me, cover your hair. Look, my family, this is why I've been taught. You're supposed to put oil, you're supposed to anoint your head. Women were supposed to cover their hair. Women were supposed to wear dresses. Women are supposed to go by rule. Women are supposed to let men come to them. Women are not supposed to go out here chasing men. If a man finds for woman, he's finding for good thing. And if you a widow, you're supposed to follow your husband's family's mother, and then a man's supposed to find a few.
Yeah, so this is that's what we mean by reciting. You know where they recite that from? Where they get
Ruth,
all
book of Ruth, like the book of Job.
They got it from the Bible.
I know that. I know it's the Bible, but I feel like my husband uses Quran as like devotion. Like me, I can't just read about it. I have to have devotion.
Okay, I understand
I have
that.
to have devotion.
But here's the thing, though. But beyond that, we're supposed to keep it in commandments.
And the commandment says there should not have no other God before me.
How many commandments are there in
Some
total?
of our units do like certain alphabet things. Some of our
So like eating pork, you're not supposed to do that. That's not part
That
of it.
comes from
No, it don't.
the Bible.
Yeah, it comes from the Bible. Muhammad didn't live until 600 years after Christ.
Okay, so but was he a prophet?
No.
Okay, so he gave me the Bible.
Did you know in the Quran it says that only the Israelites are the prophet? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get it for you too. Yeah.
but we are the Israelites. People are called.
That's right. That's right.
Just because we come from Jerusalem, we come from Egypt. Egypt. Yeah, we come from Jerusalem is Egypt. It's a part of Egypt.
It's all connected. It's not a part of it.
It is in
He
Egypt.
said, that's like saying the New and Ephraim is the same place.
But isn't it? It wasn't in the.
It's in the
Okay, so
same
you.
country.
That's what I'm saying. Because I have gifts.
Okay, what type of gifts you got, sister?
I had gifts with my hands. I have.
Is your father Negro?
Negro.
What's your father? Is he black?
I'd rather say. He ain't white. He's probably foreign. So he's foreign.
Is he related to black people here in America? Like West Africa? Nigeria?
Yeah.
I mean, no, because she made her.
Because you're saying that your hands are blessed, right?
She's not my
That's actually
responsibility
one of the
anymore. So if she wanted help, I would happily offer it
blessed
to
of the
her,
work of
but
our hands.
she doesn't.
Right.
I mean,
And
I'd say,
healing.
Oh, I mean healing or whatever we apply our hands to do, like to do
My
work.
mother has the gift for healing. I had this right here, and she wrapped it, and it healed her. My mother has the gift for healing. I have the gift of like I can read people like I can somebody can be in my face and I can take that whole story, or I
to read something to you, sister? Because I see you got that cigarette.
That's fine. I know my body's temple.
If you know where we're going to go, why smoke? So you're not going to obey God? God said not to do that. God said don't defile your temple.
I know, but I didn't define my temple because I quit when I started dancing.
I'm no coward.
Sunshine for me every day. You would never leave me nor forsake me. It's in the Bible. You would never leave me nor forsake me. You can't tell me nothing about the Bible. I eat, drink, sleep the Bible. I eat, drink,
So if
sleep
you,
the
well,
Bible.
hold on. If you eat, drink, and sleep in the Bible, then you know God here is not sin.
I'm not saying
Sinning, smoking that cigarette is a sin.
no, it's not.
So you try to pull the power move of we can't talk about the Bible. If you
I didn't say you
well, I mean, but I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, he's talking about he gonna forsake me, and I was like, bitch, they would never forsake me. The sun shine on me every day. I heard you say it.
But sister, but let's get past that. So, if you know the Bible, and you know that desecrating your temple is against God's will.
Yeah.
Okay. So all we're trying to tell you, sister, is if you honor your God, no matter where you're going.
I was gonna get ready.
Thou said, right? So I want to go ahead and read this. Thou said. It does. I'm gonna say this. I'm not sure. I'm not giving you no access to my books because you're not coming in the spirit of trying to learn. This is the spirit of potential. In Mark 4, if you read the Bible like you say you do, Satan cometh to meet you. Satan just means adversary. We will teach. No, this is called passion. This is called passion, sister. If you don't like it, get your sensitive ass up the block. I'm so tired of our damn sisters talking about calm down. Ain't nobody trying to get your number or your box. If you don't like it, get your ass up the street. I'm sick of these damn women doing this shit. And we going back to Micah. We going back to Micah. We going back. Because our sisters need to understand that we are not playing. This is Micah, chapter 7 and verse 9. I will bear the indignation of the Lord, because I have sinned against him, until he plead my cause, and execute judgment for me. He will bring me forth to the light, and I shall behold his righteousness. Then she that is mine enemy shall see it, and shame shall cover her, which said unto me, where is the Lord thy God? Mine eyes shall behold her now. Shall she be trodden down as the mire of the streets? Our sisters don't realize it. This white man is about to call off all this protection, all the Section 8, all this, I'm going to get in your business to protect you from accountability. Our sisters are about to be held accountable. Sister, save it, save it, save it, save it, sister, save it, save it, save it, sister, save it. Of course, we record for our people. Yeah. See, again, now, listen, if you can hear this camera, she talking about we should have told her that we recorded. Well, what's the problem? When the white man got a camera all up around the city, you don't give a damn about that. It's called passion. I'm speaking for the camera, too. Again, if you don't like it, carry your ass down the street. I tell you, man. Are you okay, sister? I see that bush under your arms. You ain't okay. You all right? Yeah. Looking real rough out here, sister. I wanted to ask you if you were fine. Anyway, we gonna keep reading this Bible. Because see, again, Satan cometh immediately when you bring out the word. That's what happens. No, he's not. Yeah, Romans 9 and 13 says, Jacob have I love, but Esau have I hate. God hates the Edomites. Is God still love?
God is love.
Again. Yes, King James.
I know.
This is what our sisters do. That's why we're tired of y'all. We are tired of y'all. No, you sisters. You're your people. You're type. When a man shows passion, what's wrong with you? Sometimes we're passionate, sister. Again, we get passionate. If you don't like it, again, you can go anywhere else but here. Okay, then stop saying that. It's fucking stupid.
So look, that's the point of getting to. So I'm gonna read this to you before you know it. I want you to read this with me. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. So again, because you didn't read the Bible. Okay.
Yep.
Be blessed.
Nah, be corrected. Be corrected.
We were just trying to teach you though.
Look, my uncle is a pastor. My dad is a minister.
Stop, brother. Stop. Let this demon go. Let her go. Let her go.
My uncle is a minister.
Sister, I'm gonna be honest. We don't care. We don't care, sister. We don't care, sister. We don't care, sister. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care. I don't care, sister. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care, sister. I don't care. I don't care. You keep saying that. I don't care, sister. I swear, man.
I have daughters, okay?
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
And what do you teach them?
What do I teach my daughters?
Yep. What do you teach them? Fucking nothing. Exactly.
I don't teach them nothing.
This is Ecclesiastes 12:6. For the Most High hated sinners and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly. Put that cigarette in your mouth and see what God do to you. And keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. Again, we're out here to tell our people that the time of judgment is right up the street. And our people are still walking around being obstinate and retarded. You don't know what love means. You don't know what love means.
You don't know me, baby.
I know you don't know what love means.
I do know what love
Where is it in the Bible? You didn't even know what's in there, did you?
Love shall not envy.
So we ain't gonna listen to that bullshit. We gonna go to 1 John.
Love does not envy. Love does not
Love
Love does no
You get that off the back of a napkin?
Love does no harm.
Was it on a truck stop wall
No, it's
in the
in the
restroom?
Bible.
What book, chapter and verse?
Okay.
No, you ain't touching my Bible. Just tell me the book, chapter and
Are you
verse.
upset with
Because
me?
I don't want you touching my stuff, sister.
What have I done to you?
You get on my damn nerves and you not listening to the Bible? Yeah, that you did a lot.
How have I?
Okay, exactly.
You don't know me.
So, we're going to go ahead and go to 1 John 5. This is 1 John 5:2. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep His commandments. You don't know what love is, sister. Don't have a clue. Verse 3. For this is the love of God, that we keep His commandments, and His commandments are not grievous. See this nonsense of, I love you, I love you, I love you? She don't even understand. She got that from the white man, because he do the same thing. He'll walk up to you after he's murdered your people, waving a white flag with his hat in his hand, talking about, I love you, brother. Let's bury the hatchet. Meanwhile, when you know what love really is according to the Bible, there is no love going on between us. What you just saw here was a passive attempt to interrupt the word, because everything was about how she felt or what she wanted to say. When if she read the Bible, she knows her ass ain't supposed to be talking. It's supposed to be quiet. See, that's one thing I love about General Yohana from ISUPK. He got the right idea. He told a black woman to shut her damn mouth. God ain't hearing you, damn sinner, man. Yeah.
He jumped right into Christianity.
For real. And leave it to a nigger woman to come up talking about Islam and the Quran, and then she's an expert on the Bible 30 seconds later. Meanwhile, no Bible in her hand, can't quote one scripture. See, one of the things we were talking about earlier is that the black woman is the #1 enemy of the black man.
That's right.
And you see it in action. She came to sit next to two men to try to passively control the narrative. And we tried to give her a wide space until we realized this bitch ain't gonna stop. She gonna keep right on talking. See, again, I keep saying, I know I sound like a broken record, but our people really do not understand the judgment that is coming. They do not understand. There is not going to be a redo when your Messiah shows up. You either cut the mustard or you fail, and that's it. And if you fail, best believe your ass gonna die shortly thereafter.
I just thought that was sad, man.
Yeah.
Came up here talking about the Quran and went straight into Christianity.
Yeah.
That let you know, man. That was what curse is that? Shit, the Nor
Smitten
shall
with
make
madness.
you believe a lie.
Mm,
Smitten with madness.
no. I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna get it to you. You talking about? I believe verse 64. We would serve God's wood and stone.
And that's exactly what her mind is filled with.
This is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth, even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. So we got our people walking around, they so confused, and you got to see it in live time. They serving both idols. Most of the time, Jake's serving the cross or the damn cobblestone. But every once and again, you get a special brand of stupid, and they serve both of them. Because they don't even know what they're serving. They're collecting gods like trinkets, not understanding that the Most High God takes offense to that. But see, she gonna see it. See, there's a reason why I keep bringing out Micah 7 today. See, our sisters don't realize they're the most unwanted woman on the planet right now. And you're talking about coming into every known disaster that a man could possibly face. You're talking about a famine of food, a famine from or disasters of all types of ways, all types of ways, like weather, the military coming down on you. All these things are coming, and yet our people walking around talking about they know the Bible as if it don't matter.
What kind of struck me was she went straight into Satan's doctrine.
Yeah.
It's love. That's the doctrine of Satan, by the way, if y'all did not know. That love doctrine is the doctrine of Satan.
Yep.
The Most High God only loves Israel. And we didn't even deserve the love. But he only loves Israel.
See, and if you read on in Romans 9, 'cause I know we brought out some of that earlier, it talks about the Most High God setting his love on us simply because he chose to.
Right.
The same reason why he chose to hate Esau and to put off all these other nations. It's the Most High God's story. See, again, our people don't understand what it's like to talk to real men of the Lord. They don't understand what that's like. So if you start talking as a plain, straightforward man with passion, all of a sudden you're mad. Or you gay. Or you giving off little dick energy. It's like, bro, so you can't even be a man now. You know what I'm saying? We at the point where you ain't even allowed to be a person as a so-called Israelite man. How y'all doing tonight? Y'all got time for the Bible? 2 minutes?
I ain't got time.
That's a shame, bro. That's a shame. I'm going to go to Proverbs 1 and 26. See, I say it every time, man. See, most of our people, they don't even take the time to look up what's happening on the earth. They don't even have the time, right? Because they're too busy, caught up in the worries of this world. This is Proverbs 1 and 26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. See, again, I say it like a broken record. Our people are going to be unpleasantly surprised in the day of judgment. They're going to find out that their God actually had standards, and they didn't meet them. See, like Brother Jalon is talking about this I love everything doctrine. That was given to us by our slave master. See, but the reality is, most of our people, they'll never depart from their slave master. Y'all got time to talk about the Bible tonight? Well, sister, if your father's a black man, you're an Israelite. All right? You laugh. I don't get it. Our sisters laugh in our face, but yet they'll walk next to the same people who murdered and raped their ancestors and have nothing to say. Again, I could bring out Micah 7 all damn night for our hard-ass-headed sisters. When the reality is, the person they got to worry about the most sleeps right next to them. Meanwhile, their brother's trying to give them their damn heritage back. They can't be bothered.
Come out of them, my people. Come out of them.
Revelations 18, man. The Most High God has pleaded with us to come out from these damn heathen. And our people are at home with these motherfuckers, man. So the Most High God said it plainly. If you can't separate, I'll kill your ass right alongside me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to read that in Isaiah. right? See, our people really don't get it, man. They don't understand. The Most High God is not playing no games. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are the Israelites of the Bible. You will either get in shape and comply with the Most High God's laws, or you will be put to death. And it's coming real soon. See, this white man ain't telling you how you're going to have to eat human flesh in order to eat meat. See, he ain't telling you about that. He just calling it impossible meat.
Well, they already put it in the hot dogs, man.
Yeah? Shit, there's rumors they've been putting it in McDonald's beef for years.
For years, man.
That's why people get sick when they go to McDonald's. Try going to McDonald's after not eating it for a couple of months and see how your stomach treats you. You'll be fucked up for weeks. The worst bout of food poisoning I ever had was the last time I went to McDonald's, and that was over 10 years ago. I thought I was dying, and I'm not even bullshitting. And I typically have an iron stomach. I thought I was dying. And you got some of our people, they're defiling their temple in every single conceivable way that they can. Not understanding that you're going to pay for that, man. Your vessel is not your own. But I said I was going to get this in Isaiah. Let me get this real quick. It's right here. This is Isaiah 13 and 14. And it shall be as a chased roe, and a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword.
You got time for the Bible?
Time for the Bible?
¿No Cristo? ¿No? Uno momento, papá.
Thou says, man. Thou says.
What are you preaching on, brother?
I'm letting blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that they are the chosen of God.
Okay, you know about the white people?
I typically don't.
Thank you for doing what you're doing.
I can't see. You know that.
God bless y'all.
Read Romans 9 and 13 when you get home. All praises. Right? See again, only in the city of confusion can the descendant of the same people who raped, robbed, and murdered my ancestors walk up to me on stolen land talking about I appreciate what you're doing. But see, if only he knew what we were doing. We're foretelling the downfall of your kingdom and your trip into slavery, which is coming real soon. See, the heathens that have oppressed and enslaved God's children are going into slavery.
God bless.
I can't say the same. Definitely can't say the same.
Don't have to.
Yeah, because there's no blessing for Esau. Nope. You're living in your blessing right now, walking up and down stolen land. God condemn you. As a matter of fact, God curse you. I hope y'all fall in that water and drown. For real, for real. For real, for real. For real, for real. And for those who go, well, how can you say that to the white man? Let me show you. We're going to go to Psalms 138. See, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you better grow a brain and a pair of nuts. The same people who've been murdering you for 500 years are the ones who walk up to you calling your brother. They're the ones who sign your check. And they don't even want to give you the damn job. They got to pass legislation for themselves just so they'll put you in a damn office. Anybody know what affirmative action is? If not for that, you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians would be at right where they prefer you at, on the bottom, picking fruit, cleaning houses, and wiping butts. Slavery. But let's get this. Yeah, go ahead. I'm getting it.
Our black women are fine with that. They love doing the home health care, taking care of Esau.
They sure do.
You know? They love doing that, man. I just want to point that out.
Yeah. Well, no, because here's the thing, right? Our sisters have been willing to do anything to get out of the constraints of slavery. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't understand, right? If you're sitting there getting beat every day, worked to death every day, you're watching your loved ones get lynched and sold off, and you're just being told, hey, look, if you come in this house and let me basically do a couple of strange things to you, I'll give you a hot meal, a warm place to stay, you can take a bath every day. That's a tall order to turn down.
That's a job. That's a job today.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The Most High God tells you, you got to turn it down. See, if you sell out your own people just for a few comforts, when the kingdom of heaven comes, you've received your reward. You've already received it. Y'all got time for the
You got
Bible
time
today?
for the Bible today? No? Now that you're from the northern kingdom, brother, you're an Israelite. Don't let the woman control you no more.
Come. This is Psalms 139 and 21. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee? And am I not grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with a perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. See, that's something we have to consistently say to our people. Do you know the body count of the white man? Do you know what he's done since he's gotten here? Most of our people don't have the faintest clue. That's why they'll walk hand in hand with the devil incarnate talking about it's nothing but love. Not understanding that you're supposed to be standing up against God's enemies, not just your enemies.
They look at each other as enemies.
That's the thing that really blows me away.
Man.
They got forgiveness for them, but none for their own men. I talk to my sister, she pretends like I'm a ghost in the wind. She can't figure out where the voice is coming from.
The other one get mad because you're speaking passionate.
Yeah, the other one can't imagine a black man speaking with bass in his voice.
Quiet and loud. But they cry loud when they're doing wickedness. Let somebody get shot right here, man. They're going to cry aloud in wickedness and then go glorify the wickedness that he used to do while he was alive, knowing that the Most High God killed him. And she said she knew the Bible.
Yeah. She was telling us how great her husband was, teaching her the Quran.
She didn't have no.
Yeah, I noticed that she had no ring on her finger.
Yeah.
Now I understand that you could be married according to your Bible or according to your faith, and not have to go through a ceremony, get a ring, all that. I get that. But if all you got to say is your husband is a great man because he taught you the Quran, but you never yourself read the Quran, but you say you read the Bible, like that's confusion. That's confusion. And then to demonstrate that you don't have a mastery of either one of them, to what benefit? You know what I'm saying? Like it's just madness, man.
Sorrows. We just read them.
Sorry?
They full of sorrows, man.
Yeah.
Just read them.
No, I'm gonna tell you what they full of. They full of madness,
Yeah.
right? We gonna bring that out.
Huge.
One of the damn curses.
Man, that's as we've experienced a few demons out here,
Now,
which is good, actually, because we know we on the right track. Satan comes.
this is Deuteronomy 28 and 28. Yahweh shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. And that's what we see every time we deal with our people. Some of our people snap out of it, and they're willing to try to come to repentance, or at least try to come to an understanding. But more times than not, you're talking to people who are basically so detached from who they are and the plight of their people that they could clinically have dissociative schizophrenia. They live in a different world than what world they actually reside in. See, one of the things that happened to me when I first woke up to this truth, I realized that every inclination that I had to hate the white man was verified. I always disliked them motherfuckers for the things that they do to us. But the reality is, most of our people, when they're faced with the prospect of waking up and separating from their enemies, they would rather fall back asleep. But let's go ahead and head back to the lesson, right?
Sorry, man. Sorry, my kids mother.
Yeah, you good, you good. But we're going to go ahead and go to Hebrews 8 and 8 through 13. Because just as we stated the new covenant in Jeremiah 31, we're going to go back and state the new covenant one more time in the New Testament, right? So we stated the new covenant in the Old Testament in Jeremiah, now we're going to do it again in Hebrews 8, right? Because again, this whole idea that now all, the world is made for everybody, the promises and all the things the Most High God bequeathed unto the Israelites as an inheritance, it's now for everybody. I need for somebody to show me that in the Bible with actual specificity to it being for the heathen.
It's nowhere in the Bible.
And it's nowhere.
Yeah, you know what? Let's take that back. They like to go to say that the Gentiles is for the Gentiles. But if they knew that it was two different types of Gentiles, then they would never say nothing like that. When we say, matter of fact, what verse verses there where it says that if the Israelite has a discord with his brother, and he still has a discord after y'all came together and spoke about
Can you
it.
find that on your phone?
Yeah, let me
Yeah, find that. We'll bring that up.
And
We'll bring
treat
that
him
up.
as a Gentile.
Yeah, we'll bring that up. But I was thinking, I also want to get this too, because I want to get it after you get yours, right?
No, go ahead
So-
first, 'cause I still got to find it.
No. I got Hebrews to get real quick. But yeah,
uh-huh.
Gentiles in the flesh. But I wanted to get this where it talks about we were sometimes Gentiles in the flesh,
That's right.
right? See, it's like Brother Jelon is saying, man, the Bible doesn't refer to the Gentiles in the New Testament being natural Gentiles. The Gentiles in the New Testament are the Israelites living in other lands other than Israel, believing themselves to be of those respective lands, whether it be Egypt, Libya, Ethiopia, Italy, etc., etc. Our people came from all over. If you read Acts 2, we came from every land under the sun.
We got it, Matthew 18 to 17.
Hold on to that, and I'm gonna get this real quick.
Uh,
Right? This is Hebrews 8 and 8. For finding fault with them, he said, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continue not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be to me a people. So we have another iteration of the new covenant stating that it's only for the Israelites, for the house of Judah and the house of Israel. I like that. And guess what? That tax collector was Paul Saul before he became Paul. See, it's manifold. See, that's why actually after you read that out, I want to do some commentary on that. Right? But let's get this. Right? So, verse 11. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord, for all shall know of me, from the least to the greatest. So just as we said earlier, if we're in the new covenant, we don't have to teach each other. That's restated here in the New Testament. That's one of the aspects of the new covenant that Gentiles don't get and some of our ignorant ass people don't get.
That's right.
Right? They want to open repentance to everyone, not understanding that that's nowhere in the Bible. And if you're opening repentance to everybody, how in the hell does it say in Hebrews 12 that Esau has no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears? See, our people will create conflicts in the Bible simply to appease the same people who've been raping, robbing, and murdering them for centuries.
People pleasing is one of the most things that the Most High hates.
Yeah.
Matthew 18 in the ESV. If he refuses to listen to them, tell it to the church. And if he refuses to listen to even the church, let him to you be as a Gentile and a tax collector.
So when Paul was Saul and he was persecuting the Israelites, if you were an Israelite, you would literally stay away from that man.
Right.
And the Bible tells you to keep thee far away from the man who hath power to kill.
Time.
You got to understand, Paul was putting people in the ground, man.
You killing Israelites all over.
Yeah, he was killing Israelites. Right? See, our people don't realize when they say that God is all love and just come on in and give everybody a chance, man, the Bible don't say that shit, man. And when they talk about actual Gentiles, again, just to restate the point, in the New Testament, you have natural Gentiles and unnatural Gentiles.
Right.
And an unnatural Gentile is one of our people in Israelite conducting themselves, their life, and their religious belief as if they are a heathen. Right? And that's actually in my lesson. I was going to get the other word for Gentile, because in the New Testament there's two. And one of them goes directly to the definition that we talk about. Whereas the other one, it often omits that definition, although the last portion of the definition mentions it, right? And it phrases it in such a way that you're not sure if it's referring to heathen or actual Israelites.
Right.
But we'll get to it, right? I'm going to get this one that I wanted to get to back to what you were talking about, right?
Yes, sir. See, let me finally go ahead and tear down with that.
Oh, your phone going dead?
Yeah, let me put it on some LFI save. I need to put it on my extreme save. crazy. Well, she want me to go pick up my son at a certain time. Yeah, I was like, man, I should have just brought him with me. Why you didn't want me, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I should have just brought him with me. Oh, he could have came with you. Yeah, but you didn't let him. See how the woman means? This is why I was not with me.
I feel you, brother. This is Ephesians chapter 2 and verse 11. I'm just getting my Bible. Stay talking about I need to allow ads and shit. See, we have to consistently explain to our people, man. You got that love everybody shit from the people that you shouldn't love.
Man, from the people. And then they speak love all over the earth. Around turmoil.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what she was just doing. She was gonna let y'all burn turmoil. Oh, you okay?
Yeah.
You fine? But the right type of you might was right here, man. We both get in some trouble.
Yeah, if there was a cop walking by, she'd have been like, oh, sir, this man, he's speaking threateningly to me.
Man,
And now we would have to explain ourselves to Esau.
man.
But see, that's what our sisters do. Because they know all they got to do is call that white man,
Right.
and the white man going to make an example of him.
Man.
Because the police is an organization that was started with the primary goal of slave catching.
Right.
That is the asset recovery program for slavery. And they have the same doctrine and standard operating procedure today.
Right.
That's why if they come to your house, you could be the one bleeding and bruised up.
Yeah.
But all she got to do is say, he touched me, and
Right.
your ass going to jail. Because they know the goal is not to establish order and safety in your household. The goal is to keep that black man on the bottom and suppressed, and to keep madness in your community.
They don't really too much care for our women. They know that's an obstacle that the black man have to get through. You know? Because we war at home, then we already got a war in the world. But when you war at home, you separate the foundation from the prophets.
That's right.
And what's that? What's that in the Bible? That's death.
Yep.
That's another way of death, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? I just want.
And Paul let us know, the head of every woman is the man.
That's right.
And the head of every man is Christ. So we taking orders too, man. Ain't nobody out here just doing what they want to do.
You know, such thing.
Shit, I've said this before, man. If I could do this sitting at home, playing PlayStation and eating a sandwich, I wouldn't be out here, bro. But here's the thing, I keep the law of God, man, so I'm out here. How you brothers doing tonight?
How y'all doing?
Y'all got time for the Bible? 2 minutes?
Just to find out.
Well, 2 minutes, King. 2 minutes. Just for 2 minutes,
It ain't
King.
gonna be too long.
I just want to tell you. Okay. Well, is your father Mexican by chance?
Yeah, he is, baby.
How about you? Saying, y'all from the tribe of Issachar in the Bible. Y'all Israelites.
Yeah.
I
Issachar-
talked to you before.
Yeah, I know. I talked to you before. Yeah, weren't you working on the bridge over there?
Yeah.
It's been a while, brother. Hey, I'm glad to see you, man. But let him know, man. Y'all the kings around here. See, and here's the thing. I talked to that brother 2 years ago, man. No fringes. Not keeping the commandments. See what I'm saying? I said it earlier, man. When judgment day comes, you're going to deserve what you get. You ain't going to be able to say, man, God, that ain't fair, man. I don't deserve nuclear hellfire. Nah, you deserve it. Show the fuck dude. For Ham, I always wait to see their face, because you can tell, you be like, oh, you a Hamite. It's like, you Ham, especially Ethiopians.
Man.
Yeah. I remember there was a group of Ethiopians walking up on me in the pitch darkness. It was night. And I was like, man, y'all from Ethiopia. He was like, how did you know? I was like, man, y'all got that Mr. Potato Head face.
Yeah, man, I can tell different. This is different.
Yeah. It's like a great value cereal to the real thing.
And that's how you know they might be here more our people. They seen us literally run around the other way. That's a shame.
Yeah,
Man.
it's a shame, man. But you know what? That's cool.
Yeah.
Again, they ain't gonna be able to say it was because I wasn't here. So you ain't gonna be able to say that. My ass is here every weekend, and if I ain't here, I'm in Houston at another camp. Right? You can't say that I'm not doing my job. Shit, I think the only time I missed camp in the last 2.5 years, I had a flat tire, man. That's-
Even when your voice was kind of messed up, you still came.
But I mean, and I'm not saying that to like say, oh, I'm the best. Like, nah, man, it's just you supposed to make time, man. You supposed to make time for the Lord, because I'm gonna tell you, when you in crisis mode, man, you hoping God make time for you.
And
Praying hard.
one thing I don't want to hear is, I have not known you.
Depart from me, ye who break my father's laws and work
Man.
iniquity.
That's one thing I don't want to hear.
Yo, I at least want Yahweh Shai to recognize who I am. Oh, you that brother who was by himself crazy and shit, yelling at people. Okay, cool. You might have brought it out a little strong, but at least you was out there.
Yeah.
Now, you might have done some other shit that ain't very savory, but you know what? I can at least say this. You stood on your square, did your job. That's what any Israelite would want the Son of God to say. At least he recognized you from the work that you do. Yeah, you got a record. We all got a record. That's why he came to shed his blood, to forgive you for that. But see, our people, they don't realize, like I told a brother earlier, I was like, look, man, I'm trying to get you to the point where you start doing the works. You know what I'm saying? Like, get to the point where you're doing the works, even if it's just keeping the Sabbath. At least you're doing something. You know, or say, like, if you're smoking a cigarette, you flick the cigarette away, even if you light up another one around the corner, at least in that moment, you let God know, I see you, man. I see you. You trying, man. Most High God can work greater works than that. But if you ain't even giving no ground, guess what? Them seeds on stony ground, man. You ain't gonna get shit out of that. That's why knowing the sower's parable is so important.
Well, it's this doctrine that I keep hearing.
What's up?
And I keep having to interject every time I hear it. I'm tired of hearing it. They keep telling me that Christ is the Most High God. And I'm tired of hearing it. So my number one question to these Christ is the Most High God is Christ going to be ruling over all of heaven or just the kingdom that was prepared for him? And every time they answer me, they say all of heaven because of the Trinity. You know?
Well, I'm gonna read what I had in Ephesians, but we're gonna go to Colossians to address that question.
Man.
Right? So talking about the two different types of Gentiles, we're gonna go ahead and put that to bed, right? This is Ephesians 2:11. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called circumcision, in the flesh made by hands. So, when we are of the world, committing worldly acts, detached from our heritage, we are Gentiles in the flesh.
Right.
That's why we know for certain in Acts 2 that those people who came from all those adjacent lands to Israel, although they were called Libyans, Greeks, etc., they were also called Jews.
That's right.
And we know it fits. See, the heathen will walk up and they'll call themselves an Israelite and say that they're a spiritual Israelite. Because they're misinterpreting all these scriptures to think that the term Gentile in the New Testament is talking about everybody. And you throw in John 3:16, and you have confirmation for madness, right? But if you take your time and go to a teacher and have it properly broken down, you will become learned enough to see that it's obvious that it's not talking about natural Gentiles. You'll learn that it's obvious. Because if the Most High God is not a man that he should lie and his word doesn't return unto him void, then why is it all of a sudden void when his son comes? Why all of a sudden does he no longer hate Esau? Why all of a sudden is now the new covenant for everybody? Again, it's just taking your time, reading your Bible, and putting your feelings away. Because it's not about you and your feelings. It's about the Most High God and what he has spoken. And I'll say this to anybody who calls himself an Israelite. If you get offended in Yahweh Shai or at the words of God, just put the Bible down and go be a nigga. Just put it down and go be a nigga. It's better that you don't know than you do know and you just do what you want to do. Like she said she knew she was desecrating her, the sister was sitting here. She knew she was desecrating her temple smoking that cigarette. So she confirming that she a wicked servant, she gonna be beaten with many stripes. Hey, how you doing, Tim? I got something for you. You said you need another Bible, right?
Yeah. I also need paper and pen.
You need what?
Paper and pen.
Paper pen? Okay, I got you. Got that. And I got you something else. All right? So I know that it's getting cold out here. So I got you this. Hold up. All right, I'll get her some of that. I'll get your notepad. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to Colossians. Yeah, because
What I just said about that doctrine.
people keep talking about the Most High God and Yahushua being one person.
Man, that really drives me, man. That irks my nerve when people say that. Because if that was the case, and with the whole we're in the new covenant thing, we would be out of this thing, man. You people need to. Bro,
Yeah.
I'm damn near one person. I don't like cussing.
No, I understand. But here's the thing. Revelations 1 and 3 tell you, blessed is he that readeth.
Man,
You know what I'm saying? And most of our people ain't read.
or they read and they don't know what they're reading. They just don't know what they're reading.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna tell you, when I used to go to church, I started to realize what my problem was with church. Ignorance was the standard. To read and not understand what you were reading, that was the standard. So nobody thought anything was wrong if you gave your personal opinion about what something meant. Everybody just saying, hey, amen, amen. When in fact, that's not necessarily true. You're supposed to literally have something verified through the mouth of 2 and 3 witnesses.
Right.
Right? So if you're saying, say the white man is Japheth, then you need to prove it out the Bible, man. Like, you can't just say, oh, this is my interpretation of who's who, or this is what's going to happen. You got to prove it out the Bible.
Right.
Now, in terms of Yahushua being God, if he's the Most High God, you have to explain this in Colossians. This is Colossians 1 and 15, who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. So if he's the firstborn of every creature,
Right.
and he's the only begotten Son, but yet he is the Most High, how is he all those things simultaneously?
And me.
It doesn't make any sense. But it makes far more sense if he's the only creation of the Most High God and the first and begotten,
That's right.
and from there he created everything else,
That's right.
right? And how do we know he created everything else? Well, it says so in the very next verse.
Right.
Verse 16, for by him were all things created, that are in heaven and that are in earth, visible and invisible, whether they be thrones or dominions, or principalities or powers. All things were created by him and for him, and he is before all things, and by him all things consist. And he is the head of the body, the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he might have the preeminence. So the whole idea of the Trinity is nonsense, right? Because he is not co-equal and he is not co-eternal.
Right.
The Most High God is greater than him, and the Most High God has no beginning.
Right.
He simply always has been.
Right. Man, or like doctrine about your soul. They say your soul is your human. When we go to Genesis, it says that man was breathed the breath of life by the Most High and became a living soul. So
Now,
to do works of what? Iniquity?
well, but here's the thing. What does it mean to be brought alive? To be quickened? What does that mean? So was Adam just a dead puppet walking around until the Most High God said, hey, Pinocchio, you alive now? So we're going to address this question directly. So I'm glad you're asking these questions. I know people, you're probably, wrestling with some people about some of this stuff.
I've been wrestling with people, man, on the bus, on the internet, in my family, just, people at work, they asking me questions and I'm giving them that work. And they asking more dumb questions. So I've been trying to,
I'm going to tell you, man, there's no such thing as a dumb question, only a dumb response. So if you ask a question and I go to teach you the answer and you ignore me or you say, nuh-uh, that's stupid. That's stupid. Especially if I'm showing you out the Bible and I'm confirming what I'm saying to you through the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. Right? But let's go ahead and see what people are misinterpreting in Genesis 2. This is Genesis chapter 2 and verse 7. And Yahweh God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And man became a living soul. So, we see that Adam had some sort of breath of life put into him. and he became alive. We're going to go to Ezekiel 37, and then we're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7. I believe verse 24. Right? As a matter of fact, we're going to read Wisdom of Solomon first. That's true. Right? Because I brought this out before, sister. But I want to show you Ezekiel 37, where you get to see the valley of the dry bones. Right?
Literally, you walk through this.
Yeah.
Literally.
See, that's why when we try to tell our people that they're destroyed, that they're dead on their feet, they think that we're threatening them.
Yeah.
They don't understand you are dead without the knowledge, the statutes, and the commandments of the Most High God. This is your life. Where is it? Where it talks about wisdom, she is thy life. I think that's in Proverbs. Can you find that? Just search KJV, she is thy life.
Chapter 2.
Yeah, because it's there's 2 in there. Hold on, let me get this. So we're gonna go Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, verse 24. Right? Because we need to see what is the breath of life. Right? This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 24. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. For she is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. Therefore can no undefiled thing fall into her. That is what the Most High God breathed into Adam. It was wisdom. Now, a lot of people don't realize that there was an order that Adam was brought into to follow rules and commandments for. Now, I know some people might go, what are you talking about? The Levitical priesthood didn't exist. Moses had not come bearing the law. So what law was he following? The priesthood of Melchizedek.
That's right.
Now, when you see that Abraham was paying tithes, right? You see that he's paying tithes to a man named King Melchizedek. Now, if you read the book of Hebrews, you will find out that Melchizedek is Yahushua.
That's right.
I believe also if you read Corinthians, 1 Corinthians, I believe it's 15. It's either 14 or 15. But you'll see that Melchizedek is Yahushua. Because Yahushua is the high priest of what? The order of Melchizedek.
That's right.
And Melchizedek is who? The high priest.
You see, brother, when people say that, or when you tell people that, well, that's proof right there. We're Canaanites.
I don't know how to get that
I
shit.
don't know how they get it.
I don't know how to get
You
that at
know?
all.
Well, wasn't Melchizedek a
Shit.
Canaanite? You know,
Yeah.
I get that all the time.
But the
man.
Bible says he had no mother or father.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like,
Yeah.
what do you want me to, I can give you the text, I can give you the answer, but are you going to accept it?
Well, I mean, one of the things that I realize is sometimes you wrestling with God. You trying to make somebody get something that the Most High God is just saying, hey man, this person can't get it.
It wasn't for them.
Well, I mean, I'm saying like this. It's not just that it's not for them. Because the Bible, all these words are for our learning.
Right.
But you've got some Israelites, they a vessel to be destroyed, man. Yeah, like somebody got to be the 2/3, man. Somebody has to be those Israelites who gonna get put to death. I fear and I tremble that might be me, despite doing this. But you know what? If that's my lot, then the Most High God, He appointed me that lot. I can't do nothing about that.
Right. But if we have the understanding that we see other people don't have, remember, we always got to remember this. The Scripture tells us that we've already been sealed. The ones that have been sealed.
Yeah, the elect. Okay. In the Bible. Yeah. All right. So I just want to start off by saying, do y'all know who you are in the Bible? What tribe y'all back to? Yeah, okay, that's cool. So what we do is we're out here like blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that the people of the Bible are on the earth today. I'm going to read a few things to you, and I just want you to describe to me who basically you think it is, right? So this is Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So whoever the real children of God are, for not listening to God's laws, are going to be under some curses. Let's read one, right? This is verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. So, brother, if I want to get a pair of shoes, where do I have to go? To the store. Who owns the store? They look like them, right? The people who own Walmart look like them, right? So the white man owns the store. If you want to get a shirt, where you got to go? To them. You want to get food, where you got to go? You see what I'm saying? So in one of all things, you got to go to these people, right? The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. So when the white man first came to our people, right, did you know he didn't even have a written or spoken language? I'm going to show you something, right? So, do you know why our people were on the west coast of Africa when we were brought into the transatlantic slave trade?
But you do know it was out there.
Right? I want to read something. I read this all the time because it sums up that we were the real rulers of Europe, right? This is from a book called The Negro Question, right? Part 4, and it's written by a historian and an author of Lee Cummings, right? He took an excerpt from Professor Boyd Dawkins, professor of geology, Manchester University in London, from 1879, from Our Remote Ancestry, pages 95 to 106. The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men, about 5 feet 6 inches in height. Those were the kings, right? So we were the rulers in Europe, and it goes even farther, right? Because when you look at something called the Russian icons in Eastern Europe, we were also the rulers of Russia, Poland, Austria. For instance, I have proof. Arnold Schwarzenegger. What's his last name? You know what Schwartz means? Black. What does nigger mean? Black. His last name is Black. You laugh, but you said his name your whole life and you didn't know it. Why do you think he's so big and swole? You thought that white cracker was like that? That's your people. It's just, you are who your father is. So if I have a child with a white woman, and then my son has a child with another white woman, and so on and so forth, how that child gonna look? White. But who he go back to? Me. Why do you think you have Scotland? Scotland means land of the blacks. Scot means black. You know what dove means in Gaelic? Black. So let me get this straight. It's called the land of the blacks, and the capital is black, or black land. Brother, you are the ruler of Europe. You're the king walking the earth. Now I have a question, right? I'm reading out of the book that we're under curses and that we have to go to our enemies in one of all things, right? I'm going to read one more thing, and I want you to tell me who this happened to, right? The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. Who did that happen to? Let me help you. No, hold on. This is a book called Without Censure, right? Now, if you have sensitive eyes to disturbing imagery, I'm just giving you a warning. This is gonna be bad, right? But I'm gonna help you out because I know pictures speak a lot louder sometimes than words. One more thing. Here. Now I'm gonna ask you, who got destroyed? Right? That looks like a black man, right? Now, when the white man first showed up here in America, did you know he called natives, blacks, and Hispanics all Negroes? Did you know that? Some places they still do it today. Some people they still do it today. You know what they call Native Americans? They call them prairie natives, prairie blacks, or field blacks. You know why? Because they know we all weren't here. Why you think they're stuck on the reservation? We're stuck in the ghetto. The Mexican man is stuck in the barrio. The Cubano is stuck in the favelas, but it's all the projects. Do you know about a group of people over in India called the Sidis? S-I-D-D-I-S? They're the people in the ghetto in India. So you know what ghetto means? A place where you keep the Jews. They're our people. And they fit the person. Everywhere we are, we're treated like garbage. Everywhere. In Japan, you have a group of people called the Ainu, A-I-N-U. They're basically nigga Japanese people, big noses. But You laugh, but the thing is, you'll watch Naruto, and they'll show a samurai, and you thinking that it's a Japanese man. When the real samurai were black men. Sakunoye Tomoromaru was a black man. He was the epitome of what it meant to be a samurai. So much so that they actually have statues of him today. You know, the Raikage and Naruto? There's a reason why he's black. Because that was really what he looked like. As a matter of fact, that's what Sakunoye Tomoromaru looked like. He looked like Raikage. Look it up on your phone. I'm telling you, look it up on your phone. I'm not making any of this shit up. It's AIKH. Hey, brother, I get it. Hey, shalom, brother. Yeah. Let me know if
Have
you
a
need
good
me.
night. And listen to my brother Gil. Brother, take you far, bro.
I appreciate it, man.
Straight up, bro.
Appreciate it. I have a question. How old are you, brother? 24? How old are you, sister? I'm almost 40, man. But,
Oh, I see you talking about it now. Yeah.
that's it. Now, can I see you? Oh, shit. I'm old. Can you take it to the crowd? I'm old, right? I use the word nigger, right? Did you know it's in the Bible? Yeah. And it means black. I'm gonna show you all this stuff, because I'm gonna tell you, when you go to church, none of this gets read. You know why? Because what if your pastor stood up and said that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are the Israelites and the Bible's only addressed to them? Who's gonna pay any tithe? Nobody. Our people love white men more than love their own people. You best believe I've had black people try to fight me for me telling them they're the kingdom walk the earth. You see what I'm saying? But let me show you this real quick. Have you heard of the Hebrew Israelites before? Have you ever talked to them? Okay. Well, I'm glad to be the first, right? But this is Acts 13:1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger. And you might say that's N-I-G. Oh, okay, that's cool. We're going to go with something called a lexicon, right? All the lexicon has is it has all the words and it's Hebrew or Greek equivalent, right? So it's going to show us basically what this word is. We're going to sound it out too. Now, so black. So, the original Jews are called niggers. The people over in Israel today, you think they've ever been called niggers? No. Because they're not black. Now you're starting to see why they teach you your history began with slavery. That's why they do that. Because you're the Israelite. You're God's chosen. Did you know that all the nations have to go into slavery for what they did to us? How you feel about that? Let me set the precedent, because see, you're asking a question that has I don't want to say a complex answer, but it has a miraculous answer. The Most High God is going to put a spear into people. So I have a question. When you go see a Marvel movie, you don't question why Iron Man is so strong in the suit. You don't question why Captain America is so strong in the shield. But why you question the man of God? You're the only one with the living God. You don't think your God can put strength in you to make you capable of taking a bullet or a bomb or throwing a tank? Do you know who King David was in the Bible? King David was a man who literally killed 50,000 people by himself. I'm going to repeat that. A legion is at least 1,000 troops, right? A legionary. 10 legions of troops. One man killed by himself. Now, think about Superman. Where did they get it from? How about the Flash? Elijah outran a chariot. Chariots in that time could go about 65 miles an hour. The Spirit of the Lord came on that man, he outran a chariot, even to its destination. Samson was a man who killed 1,000 men, jawbone of a donkey, by himself. Now, a lot of people think Samson was some big, like ham-fisted, buff dude. Have you ever had a bone in your hand? It's not that strong. It'll shatter if you hit something. You're talking about an assassin on level. Somebody who's able to pierce through armor, hit vital points where you just drop dead. He had to kill 1,000 people by himself. And that's not to say that there was only 1,000 people there. It's just that's as many he can get his hands on before they ran away. That's who your people are. Now you see why they tell you that you're a slave. And they never tell you to keep the commandments. This is what I read to you. Because we didn't keep the commandments, we're under curse. That's why we don't have that type of power. But we still do kind of, because who's dunking from the free throw line? Who are your fastest athletes? Your strongest athletes? And this is in our lowest state. But when the Most High God was to raise up his people, he gonna put power in us. And we gonna throw down the heat. But let's get this, right? This is Jeremiah 30 and 16. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thine adversaries, every one of them shall go into captivity, and they that spoil thee shall be for a spoil, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey. Now my question is, who spoils? You know about the transatlantic slave trade, right? You know about the other ones? I'm gonna fill you in, man. So you have the sub-Saharan slave trade, where they were stealing our people from West Africa and Southeast Africa. There's a people, you can look it up today, they're in Zanzibar and throughout Southeast Africa, called Zanj, Z-A-N-J, it means black. And they were stealing them and taking them throughout East India and into Asia. You also have something called the Silk Road slave trade, where you had the Asians, the Chinese and the Japanese, taking us into slavery. Of course in Asia and throughout the Middle East. Now, let me get this straight. You have white people, you have Japanese people, you have Chinese people, or Asian. Then you have your East Indians and your Arabs. Ain't that all of them? It says all of them supposed to be absorbed. That's how that's going to happen. Or that's why it's going to happen. Now, how it's going to happen? It's in the book of Micah. Now you'll notice everything that I say, I turn somewhere to show you that it's in the Bible, right? That's called precept upon precept. That's how you read the Bible. Now, has anybody in the church ever told you how to do that? No. Now you see why. Because there's power in this. The reason why the white man can look you in the face and tell you to keep the word, nigga, if you don't, I fire you. Because you broke God's laws. If you don't know what God's laws, how do you keep them? Let me get this real quick, right? How much time y'all got? 'Cause I'm gonna go to you. I know if you go down there and down that way, there's more stuff, but
What? It's like that boat you can get on. You go down here and take the
so you asked a really good question. I'm gonna read two things to you. Something in Jeremiah and then something in the book of Micah. Okay? So this is Micah chapter 5 and verse 10. And it shall come to pass that in that day, saith the Lord, that I will cut off thy horses out of the midst of thee, and I will destroy thy chariots, and I will cut off the cities of thy land, and throw down all thy strongholds, and I will cut off witchcraft out of thine hand, and thou shalt have no more soothsayers. This is talking to all the heathen, right? As a matter of fact, let me go up a little further, because it tells you who's going to do this, right? Verse 7, and the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people. Who's the remnant of Jacob? Remember, Jacob's name was changed to Israel. So the people who are the remnant of Jacob are his descendants. It means the sons of Jacob, the daughters of Jacob. So that means us, right? And the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many people, as a dew from the Lord, as the showers upon the grass that tarrieth not for man, nor waiteth for the sons of men. Now when it says the showers on the grass that tarrieth not for man, have you ever walked around at about like 9 in the morning, about 8 in the morning? Everything smells brand new. Like the Most High has put life on the earth again before the sun come out and burn everything up, right? You live in Texas, right? The Most High is going to renew us, right? Verse 8, And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles, in the midst of many people, as a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who if he go through both treadeth down and teareth in pieces, and none can deliver. Thine hand shall be lifted up upon thine adversary, and all thine enemies shall be cut off. That's your answer. That's how it's going to happen. Most High God's going to do it. Right? And this is Jeremiah 51 and verse 19. So I want to get a point to y'all, right? The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things. And Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. The reason why I read that is because do you know how great your people are? Who invented the light bulb? Do you know? They, well, okay, cool. His name is Louis Ladder. Right? How about, well, actually, George Washington Carver. Did you know they say he invented peanut butter to understate the other 200 patents that they stole from him? Mass production, he made it. You know who took advantage of that? Henry Ford. Now, did Henry Ford invent the car? Who did? The Patterson Car Company. Who did? So we invented the car. We invented the light. A woman invented GPS. A black woman. A black man, or actually a black woman invented voice over IP as well. A black man invented the cell phone, supercomputer, internet. Anything that you think is cool and not going out of style, we made it. Why is that? I just read it to you. The portion of Jacob is not like them. He is the former of all things. You got to understand the way this earth works. You are the one making this happen. Right? Verse 20. Thou art my battle axe and weapon of war. If you have a battle axe, right? So say you have a weapon. You have a knife, sword, battle axe. As strong as you might be, the weapon is still doing the damage. Right? When you swing it, you stab it, right? That's what you are to the Most High God. When judgment comes, he gonna put power on his elect. The people who are keeping the commandments, that have returned unto him and repented. To repent means to change. Right? Doing things like eating pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, those are sins by Leviticus 11. Keeping the Sabbath, or the day of rest. I have a question, right? What day do you go to church? Sunday. What's the last day of the week? Blow out your phone. I don't know. I don't know. But here's the thing. Now, see, I'm teaching you a value that's in the Bible. You're supposed to prove all things. So I can tell you that it's Saturday. That's fine. Look at the calendar. You're gonna see for yourself. It's Saturday. No, that's the end of the week. Sunday is the first day of the week. So if you think you're keeping the Sabbath on Sunday, what are you doing? You're breaking the Sabbath. That's a sin punishable by death. And what did I read earlier? Because we sinned against God, we have curses on us. And one of the curses is that we're serving our enemies one of all things. So how do you get out from underneath these curses? If sinning got you in, how do you get out? Follow the commands. But what if you don't know the commands? What if you've been lied to? Did you know they put pork in your toothpaste? Yeah, glycerin. I guarantee. Do you eat Skittles or anything like that? You candy? I know it's pork. Hey, but you eat them, right? Sometimes. Yeah, that's glycerin, man. Diglycerides. It's all pork based. You know they do pork, like they spray your clothes in the mall. That shit got pork in it. I told you, your enemy knows if you don't keep the commandments, they get to rule over you. I'm gonna show you. I'm not even lying to you. I'm not lying to you. Your enemies know that. That's why they have you celebrate the Sabbath on the wrong day. That's why in slavery, what meat were you allowed to eat? What part of the pig? Intestines, chitlins. They didn't even give you the whole pig. They gave you the worst, most parasite-infested part. Because you know pigs are full of parasites, right? Have you seen the Coke test? Where you put a pork cutlet like on a dish and you pour Coke over it and wait about 5 minutes, the parasites crawl out of it. Yeah. And they say there's so many parasites in pork you can't even kill them. Even if you cook the pork well done, you still can't kill them. Some of them are heat tolerant. Why do you think pigs don't die when they eat poison? They eat other dead pigs. No. That's what they're designed for. Yeah, they don't sweat at all. Actually, correction, they kind of sweat. they have a gland that goes down the inside of their leg. If you ever look at a pig on the farm, they have brown goo that goes down the inside of their leg. That's how they sweat. It's toxic sludge that comes out of their body. And that's the only point where that sludge comes out. But where does it go? It goes down their leg into the slop. Does the pig care if they eat the slop along with the food? No. The Bible says you're not even supposed to touch a dead pig, meaning you can't even touch a pork chop. But that's good. But the Bible also says Israelites have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. That's why you don't do it. You don't consciously sin. But the thing is, though, your enemies are trying to make you transgress because they know that they get to come up above you very high. Right? I want to show you because I said our enemies know about them. Now, I have a question. Had you have learned this stuff when you were a child, do you think you would be far more like of an expert at this? Yeah. Actually, I want to drop something on y'all because it actually it made me cry the first time I heard it. What is God's name? Close. Very. I'm just giving you a chance to think. You've heard Yahweh, you've heard God, you've heard Allah, Jehovah. Those are titles. That's like calling him Mr. His name is Yahweh. 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 So think about it. Your whole life, every time you were in a tight spot, you called on God. He was there for you. You didn't know his name. But I want to show you something, right? Oh, and actually, if God's name isn't God, what's Jesus' name? Letter J is only 500 years old. 500 years old. As a matter of fact, in this book, they call his name Iesus. That's the Greek way of saying it. No, that's Greek though. What's his name in the Hebrew? Yahushua. Yahushua. You're hearing it now because we're starting to come out and we're telling our people, this is the name of your God, this is the name of his son. Did you know Yahushua means Joshua? Yeah, I'm sure you did. Yeah. It's coming out everywhere, bro. Remember Kanye West was saying we the real Jews. He was saying we the 12 tribes of Judah. You know what I'm saying? He might not have known, specifics, but he knew enough to know that we the people of the book, right? But I want to show you, right? Because our enemies, they know if we're sinning, they get to rule over us. This is Judith 5 and 17. And whilst they sin not before their God, they prosper, because the God that hateth iniquity was with them. But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles very sore, and were led captives into a land that was not theirs. And the temple of their God was cast to the ground, and their cities were taken by the enemies. Our temple was destroyed twice. Did you know both times the white folks did it, the Edomites? There's no such thing as a white person. You've never seen a white man. Have you ever seen a man walking around colored like chalk? No, they're like pink and red, right? They're from the nation of Edom. Edom in the Hebrew means red. Right? Their forefather is Esau. So when the white man goes, we're your brother, he's not lying. He is our evil twin brother. Yes, he is. Now, that's Cain. Now, no, you're not wrong. Because there's something in the Bible called regeneration. So when you die, your spirit departs from your body and returns to God, you rest. And then, after about 3 to 4 generations, you get a new body, and you come down your same gender and the same group of people. So, like yourself, you would always be a Judite female. You would always be a Judite male. I would always be a Judite male. Your parents might change. Hell, the arrangement might change. Your parents might be your kids one day. Who knows? You see what I'm saying? Because everybody's dying and coming back, dying and coming back. But they died and came back too. Who was he before he was Esau? He was Cain. What was the mark of Cain? Couldn't be. Think about it. I'm gonna give you a context. He said that everybody that seeth me will slay me. What turns white upon death? Yeah. Have you ever seen it? I'm not saying this like morbidly, but if you ever see a dead body that has rotted, we turn grayish pale. Your melanin is literally alive. And when you die, your color washes out of your body. Remember when Miriam was struck with leprosy? And Aaron and Moses prayed to the Most High God that he leave her not as someone dead. To be white like that means you look like a dead person. That's why Cain said, everybody that seeth me will slay me. If you saw a zombie walking up here, and he talking about brains and shit, you gonna be like, son, you need to kill that thing. That's what the mark of Cain is. That's why when Esau was born, red all over like a hairy garment, all the reason why he was red was because when white folks get punched in the face or they crying, what do they turn? They turn red. That was Cain back in the flesh. Why do you think after Jacob took the blessing, Esau said, the days of mourning for my father are at hand, then I will slay my brother Jacob? That murderous spirit is still there. Why do you think no matter how hard you work for the white man, he still don't give a shit about you? He'll kill you in cold blood and not think twice about it. He'll even say you should have complied. It's your fault. You see what you made me do? You made me murder you unarmed in the street. You made me do that. That's who he is. Right? But, so we know that when we departed from God, we were destroyed in many battles, right? But now are they returned to their God and are come up from the places where they have been scattered and have possessed Jerusalem, where their sanctuary is, and are seated in the hill country, for it was desolate. Now therefore, my Lord and Governor, if there be any error in this people, and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin. I have a question. A white man can't go outside in the Texas sun for more than 30 minutes after hurricane. How did he take this land? Sunscreen is a recent invention. How did they come over here not knowing how to bathe, eating their own dead because they had no provisions or food, and yet they subjugated an entire continent? How did they do that? Just ran it. Because when we depart from our God, we lose every battle. It don't matter how high you can jump, how strong you are. Why do you think they call it the Black Plague in Europe? Who did it affect? You. So imagine, you've got these wild devils coming out of the cave. Actually, I'm going to show you how to prove that. So I'm saying that they came out of a cave and that they were basically just wild men. There is a painting that you can look up called The Wild Men versus the Moors. You've never heard any of this ever in school, right? I never heard any of it either in school. Never. I started learning about 6 years ago. Just watching Hebrew Israelite videos online, and then just start picking up books, man. Most books are free online if you just put PDF after you type it. Search on Google, you can find it. There's a site called, I think it's like Anna's Books or something like that. You can find it if you search it. But it's basically an online repository where it basically just has every book you can imagine. Right? But let me show you. This is called The Wild Men versus the Moors. You see the black people in the castles? Right? I'm gonna zoom in. That's the killer. Right? Now, you see these people right here? Those are not clothes, by the way. That's body hair. Now, who are the hairy people today? White people. Right? White people, Indians, but it ain't us. Right? Because naturally, we're not a very hairy people. Right? But the white man came out of the caves of Georgia, Russia, the Caucasus Mountains, at around 449 AD. The Most High God rose them up as an adversary, and they started pushing us to the west. Because we were trying to force our way back into the Holy Land. The Holy Crusade, you ever heard of them? That's why they were doing it. Nobody ever tells you why all those brothers were trying to go back into the Holy Land. They just say, oh, the British people were trying to go into Israel and take the land for one reason or another. They don't elaborate on why. Those were the real Israelites, the sons of Isaac, or the Saxons. You've heard that term. Saxon means son of Isaac. So the sons of Isaac are who? Jacob and Esau. Who has a rightful claim to Israel? The Israelites. So they know that we are these people who were defending our kingdoms as we were being brought down by these people who were coming out of caves with clubs and sticks. Now, one of the things that they would talk about was how it's something called a wood woes, right? Have you ever heard that term? How about Bigfoot? That's what it is. That's the old term for Bigfoot. Let me show you how it's spelled. It's W-O-O-D-W-O-S-E, wood woes, right? The wood woes is a so-called mythical creature who we look like. He looked like a white man. Now, they said that this creature, if say you had a small child who was playing in a back garden, he might come snatch your kid. Where you think the boogeyman came from? Because if the white man is living in the wilderness, he has no spoken language, he doesn't wash himself, he's grunting and braying like an animal, but yet he's snatching women and children. That's a boogeyman, right? But that's who he is, right? That's who he is. No, I have a YouTube channel. Yeah, I'll give it to you. Hebrew Israelites, yes, ma'am. If you see old Smash Brothers stuff come up from that, never mind. I just use the same channel to put my stuff on. If you want to watch the Smash Brothers stuff too, I'm good, man. I really like that. But yeah, in short, y'all the Hebrew Israelites, right? Start learning who you are, and I'll start you off with a couple of books, right? If you want to take a picture of this, it's called the Negro Question, right? I think there's a 7. I know there's 6 books. There might be a 7th book, but if you leave a comment on one of my videos, I'll drop my Google Drive to you. I found a book the other day that's worth $5,000, and it shows. Yeah. So whenever we started looking up these books to piece together our history, then the prices started. You got to remember, I just read to you. While we don't know who we are and we break God's laws, they get to rule over. But the moment you start collecting information, your enemies are going to go, wait a minute, make that shit so they can't afford it. Niggas will spend $500 on a pair of Jordans. They won't spend that on a book. They know that. Because how do we know? There's a proverb. If you want to hide something from a nigga, where do you put it? In a book. See, you laugh because now you know what it means. And now you know why your enemy thinks it. But I want you to have your attention on this. Look at what it costs us. Always measure the cost. It costs 250 million lives to take America and South America all together. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. We lost 111 million black folks during the transatlantic slave trade. Most of them just get no favor. They had a 40% margin of loss on all of their ships. 40%. So if you took 100 people, 60 people are going to make it alive. 40 people are going to be thrown over unreasonably. You would get thrown over even if you died. Yeah, they did it so much that the sharks changed their migratory patterns and they were following behind the slave ships. Remember when I read to you that he would show no mercy to the young or the old? He did that. He did that, right? But I want to leave y'all with this. I'm going to read this to you because I want y'all to know your whole purpose for being Israelites. This is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every single thing, whether it be good, whether it be evil. What's good in the eyes of God? What's evil? Right. There you go. All right, that's your thing, man. I'm Haya El, brother. Sister, your name? Jada and Derek. So, y'all are from the tribe of Judah. If y'all want to know what Christ looks like, it's in Revelations 1 and 14. If you want to know that God is black as well, it's in Revelations 2, I believe 4 and 2. Right? But read that type of stuff when you get home. If y'all come back here next Saturday, I'll have a Bible for both of you. Alright? Alright, y'all. Be blessed, y'all. Praise to the Most High God. And while they leave, I got one more thing to read. Send them off properly. Right? Oh, just down there. Yeah, down there. Yeah, buddy. Y'all be safe out here. All right. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God had chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are the Israelites. You're the special people in the Bible. That's why despite 500 years of slavery, you still the strongest, you still the fastest, you still the most innovative and resilient. You God's chosen. See, it's good to talk to the young people. Not not a lot of 20-something stop. You know what I'm saying? So if I go down for whatever reason, I know there's a brother who has a fire, even if it's an ember, he can come take my place. Because it ain't about me, it ain't about any individual. The Most High God could raise up the stones for prophets if he wanted to. But he chose us. See, that's why I tell people, it's an honor to do this, man. It's an honor. That's why when I see people going, man, it ain't too safe to be out there doing that. Like, man, you're just a coward in the cool, that's all. And you gonna get a fire under your ass when the white man take the gloves off. And you pull your food supply away. Because you see he's doing that now, right? He's closing all the targets and stuff because our people are acting a fool looting and shit. So he's closing down grocery stores right here. They doing that right now. See how we keep telling people that eventually you're gonna have to call on God to eat. Eventually. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna prove that. Right? Because that's something that many people don't quite understand in relation to prophecy, the times that we're about to head into, right? This is Isaiah 65 and verse 9. Actually, you know what? 65 and 13. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, my servant shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servant shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. So the Most High God is making it plain, plainly to be understood. There is going to come a time that food will not touch your lips unless it is provided by the Most High God if you're living. And that day is very soon. Very soon. That's one of the reasons why I have kind of gone back to being very harsh with our people, because we do not have time to sit here and mull over all these different things that have no worth or value. I had a sister sit here earlier, and she was so hung up on the fact that I had passion behind my words that she kept going, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? That condescending thing that certain people do. When you have passion about something, they try to make it like you're mad. And I let her know, I was like, sister, if I'm offending you so much, get your ass up the street. I'm not changing a thing. I don't have time to soften this message for you. We at the point now where the white man passed the legislation to bring back lynching. Famine is at the door. The market of beasts is at the door. World War III is at the door. You know they talking about women being eligible for the draft? They gonna draft women. Because ain't nobody battle here in America. Everybody gay or transgender, fat, can't pass physical examinations. Yeah, America about to go to war and have to fight Russia and China at the same time. And their recruitment numbers are the lowest they've ever been. See, that's why when the Bible says the second woe is past, and behold, the third woe coming quick, that's talking about World War III. Our Messiah is coming in the middle of World War III. I told you that before. But we're seeing now that all these things are coming to pass. And many of our people are completely unprepared. Completely. But what time is it? Because I don't want to keep you out too late, sister. Okay, cool. I'm going to show you. So let me go ahead and get a verse with the term Greek so I can show you that Greek in the Bible does not mean a literal Grecian, right? The word there in the Greek is Hellenistic, right? I'll show you. Can you get me a verse? Because
go to the first chapter of John.
You need John? Oh, I thought you meant First John. I'm sorry.
Yeah, First John.
First John? Okay.
Not your mouth, John.
Okay.
First.
All right, y'all got time for the Bible today?
No.
Yeah, Bishop might too. But, all right, what verse? I don't think the Greeks were mentioned.
Yeah, it's mentioned in First John. I just read it.
How about this? While you find it, I want to get something else to prove the point. I'm going to go to Galatians 3 and 28. It says, there is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female, for we are all one in Christ Jesus. Right? Is that essentially like along the line?
Yeah.
Cool. So I want to show you. Right? So we're going to go to the interlinear here. Now, this word here is Elik, right? A Greek either by nationality, whether a native of the mainland or of the Greek islands or colonies. In a wider sense, the name embraces all nations, not Jews, that made the language, customs, and learning of Greeks their own. The primary reference is to a difference of religion and worship. Now you'll notice that it said not Jews, right? But it's essentially saying anybody that made the Greek customs their own, the Greek language their own. There's a verse that I have in my lesson that goes into the other word. Is it 1 Corinthians? It's in the spiritual. Slacker for the silence, those of y'all watching. There's something I'm looking for. It's basically where in the New Testament another word for heathen is used. Right? Or not heathen, but Gentile. Or basically Greek. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Is it Romans? That might be it. That might be it. Let's see. Acts 9 and there it is. I found it. So, alright, so we're going to go to Acts 9 and 29. And he spake boldly in the name of the Lord Yahushua, disputing against the Grecians, but they went about to slay him. Right? Now, in the NLT, it literally says he debated with some Greek-speaking Jews, but they tried to murder him. Right? So they understand that the Grecians and the Greeks that are being spoken of, these are not literal Greeks. It's the word here, Hellenistes. Remember, I showed you the word for Gentile, right? It was Hellenistes. And it said that those that made Greek their custom, but it said not Jew. But if you go into Grecian, this is what a Hellenist is. And I'm gonna let you read it. He's a so-called black man, but he would be today a Jamaican or somebody from Guyana, Panama, something like that.
But you know, Peter now didn't want them to go with him. He wanted them to go to the other people outside.
The Israelites were living in scattered. That's who he was sent to. Why do you think he was writing letters to the church of Galatia? As a matter of fact, we're going to prove this, right? Because Paul tells you exactly who he's writing to in his letters. He never wrote to a non-Israelite, ever. This is Romans 1 and 7. To all that be in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints. That's who it's to. Who are the saints in the Bible?
Us?
You gotta prove that. So we're gonna go to Psalms 148. Right? Because if he's writing to those chosen of God and called to the saints, we need to know who those saints are. Right? These are good questions. Right? Because that's actually how a lot of heathen claim to be Israelites. Right? They say the Spirit. This is Psalm 148 and verse 14. He also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Lord. Right? So, the saints are the Israelites. So, we have the letter to the Romans, to Rome. It's to the Israelites. Right?
What about when you go to Pokemon?
Oh, Patmos. Patmos, yeah, you're talking about the Isle of Patmos.
Where the snake comes out his hand and the snake off and then
Can you show that?
I don't have my Bible.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Well, let me find it.
That's when he was on the ship and was going to the Pharaoh. And he was stopping at these different islands.
Paul bitten by a snake.
Another snake up there.
Are they gonna go on business or what?
But yeah, they were fine.
Yeah, I see it's in Acts 20. Now, what do you say this is?
Because they made it seem like he wasn't going to. They made it seem like he wasn't going to like China and them.
Well, the reason why they make it seem that way is because they don't tell you that our people were scattered. That's how we read in Acts 2. As a matter of fact, we're not going to just mention it because I'm cool, right? Because it literally states that there were Israelites coming back from every nation under heaven. Right? That includes Asia, that includes Egypt, Ethiopia. Actually, that's where I wrote that. Of course, it's in Acts, it's possible. But either way. So, this is Acts 2 and 5. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven.
Where are you?
Acts 2 and 5. So, there are Israelites everywhere. That's why in the book of James, James 1 and 1, it literally starts off by saying to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. Read it. I just want to show you a few more false lyrics. Because I want to make sure that you know for certain, or that you have proof, rather, that he never wrote to anybody who was not This is Ephesians 1:1. Paul, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, by the will of God, to the saints which are at Ephesus, and to the faithful in Yahushua HaMashiach. So you have yet another letter written to the saints. This is all Paul's ministry, was to the so-called Gentiles. Those of our people who are living in other lands, worshiping other gods, and people in the land, and they had departed from the heritage of Israel. Now does it make more sense? Okay.
What about the woman at the well?
She was our people too. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. So you asked me really good questions. Most people, this is, I want to point this out to you so you know what wrong is, right? And it's not that you're oppositional, you just want to answer. I admire them. Some of our people, they want that wall to hold up. They will raise that wall up and go, it's for everyone, right? But the thing is though, if you inquire far enough, you'll see that everywhere in the Bible, it tells you who somebody is when they're trying to either speak to a prophet or they're coming to the house, right? Because if Yahushua said, I'm not sent but to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, why did he tell that woman nothing? Like, it's kingdom. See what I'm saying? So it paints an image where Yahushua sometimes he's receptive to people who are so-called heathen, and then other times he's not receptive. Because he talks to the woman at flesh. As a matter of fact, he asked her to draw water for her.
And the Canaanite woman was talking about
No. That's the woman when they basically got off the ship. She came begging him to give her daughter. Said that she was vexed with them.
Okay.
And at first, Yahushua didn't even talk to her.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Is there any public toilet here?
I'm not sure, man. I don't want to point you in the wrong direction.
Public toilet? You think St. Mary's is fun? Yeah.
Now, it's going to be in John 4:7. Or it's in John 4. Because she says, our father Jacob. So, if Jacob is her father, what does that make her?
A Jew.
It makes her an Israelite. Right? So now we got to prove that thing, right?
Or did she marry a Samaritan?
No. She literally says her father.
So you correct me.
Now, I want to give you a clue as well. This is John 4:5. Then cometh he to a city of Samaria, which is called Sychar, near to the parcel of ground that Jacob gave to his son Joseph. Who is Joseph's father? No. He's the father of two tribes. Manasseh and Ephraim. Remember, Joseph got a double portion. You remember, because Ephraim was the head of the order. And then you have Manasseh, or who's today's Cubans. Have you ever had a Puerto Rican and Cuban stay next to each other? You can't tell the difference. You know why? Because they're literally the same people. They're the same people, and they have the same father. They're basically like they're brothers, but like me and my brother, if we stand next to each other, you know we're brothers, right? It's the same thing with the so-called Cubans and so-called Puerto Ricans. So that woman, she was a remnant of the woman. I'm trying to. There it is. This is John 4, and you know what? We'll just read it all. 47. Then cometh the woman of Samaria to draw water. Yahushua saith unto her, Give me to drink. For his disciples were gone away unto the city to buy meat. Then saith the woman of Samaria unto him, How is it that thou, being a Jew, askest drink of me, which am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealing with the Samaritans. Remember how Yahushua said, Into the way of the Samaritans enter ye not. He told them to not go into the way of the Samaritans to the Gentiles. Why is that? What happened in Acts 2? The Pentecost. Remember, everybody spoke in their own tongue, and everybody understood one another. Now I have a question. What happened in Acts 1? Yahushua was taken in the cloud, for that, taken in the whirlwind. Why did he tell them to do it? For the Holy Spirit. What did the Holy Spirit do in Acts 2? It allowed them to speak to everyone else. So let me get this straight. If I'm an Israelite, I only speak Hebrew, but I want to go to a brother in Egypt and he speaks another language, how can I talk to him? Without the Holy Spirit. That's why you have to wait. That's why Yahushua said this way the Gentiles not. He wasn't talking about outside people. He was talking about our people living in different lands who spoke different languages and kept different customs. He said, you're not equipped to get to them yet. That's like me trying to talk to a brother who only speaks Spanish. I'm gonna tell you, sister, I try it, and it's embarrassing. It really is. Cause I be trying, I be struggling so hard, but I realize that it's nearly impossible to impart the wisdom of the Bible if he doesn't understand it. But say if the Holy Spirit came on me and I started speaking Spanish, and he spoke English, now he can get the truth. That's what happened. Now, let's finish this out, right? Verse 10. For Yahushua answered and said unto her, If thou knewest the gift of God, and who it is that saith to thee, Give me to drink, thou wouldest have thanked him, or have asked him, and he would have given thee living water. The woman saith unto him, Sir, thou hast nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. From whence then hast thou that living water? Art thou greater than our father Jacob? This is the woman speaking. Art thou greater than our father Jacob, which gave us the well, and drank thereof himself, and his children and his cattle? Yahushua answered and said unto her, Whosoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again, but whosoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him a well of water springing up into the everlasting life. That's why he talked to her, because she spoke in tongues. And Yahushua didn't need permission to go to the wayward sheep of Israel. As a matter of fact, he told you he was going. He said, I have sheep that are not of this fold. What do you think he was talking about? Now, I'm going to show you something. Did you know when they were over here, our Hispanic brothers, they worship somebody called Quetzalcoatl? Quetzalcoatl is a parallel to Yahushua, so much so that they have paintings of him with his hands and his feet pierced and bearing a cross. He was crucified for his feet. Now, you see Quetzalcoatl, and remember that the Son of Man is also called a fiery serpent. Because who has the power to take away sin? You remember in the book of Ezekiel, or is it Isaiah? I believe it's Ezekiel. I'm going to get it. But basically, he's having a vision. And he's saying, oh Lord, I have unclean lips. And a fine, fiery serpent comes onto him and puts the coal on his lips and purges his mouth from sin. Who has the power to do that? How was that? Right. Okay, let me put it together. Watch me work, right? I can never spell this nigga. Thank you. You know. Alright. Anyway. Now, I want to show you something before I show you Quetzalcoatl. That's the symbol for Quetzalcoatl. See that? Got a feathered serpent. Now, I want to show you Quetzalcoatl carrying a cross. he had sheep that are not of his fold, he came over here and let them know who he was. Now, is that written about? No. Who wrote the New Testament? Those are the southern kingdom. The northern kingdom had already departed. They were over here in the northern part of the world. That's why Yahushua said, basically, if you're trying to inform an entire kingdom and only basically part of the kingdom is present, and the other part is in another land, well, where do you have to go after you're done informing the world? Why do you think he got taken up in a chariot in Acts 1? You think he just got taken up in a chariot and just went to dominoes? It's peace. Nah, he had more work to do. That's why he said, I have sheep that are out of this world. Because you still had the southern kingdom in Israel, and then you had remnants everywhere scattered. That's why before Yahushua departed, he did two things. First, he commissioned basically the gospel to the Gentiles, right? The Great Commission is what they call it. People like Paul and Peter, even though Peter was supposed to not go to the Gentiles, he did a little Gentile work, right? When he dealt with Aquila, right? And Yahushua had another body of work for him. He himself to do. Now, for our brethren, that the Messiah has come. The Messiah has already shed his blood. It's just a matter of time. Why do you think they have all these religions that parallel the Bible? Hell, why do you think they worship the God called Jehovah? Why? I believe it's Yehowah.
Because I think a lot of them, like me and you, we reading this and we're agreeing. And we're going to come to a point. I don't
Okay.
and you don't agree with me. So instead of us getting hung up about it, I'm gonna say, you know what? Well, you gotta go back. And I'm gonna teach them this.
You can't do that. You can't do that. Let me show you why. Let me show you why. All right, we'll go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Okay, but man back then didn't say it like that.
Yeah, they did. I'm a proof. I'm a proof. I'm a proof about the Old Testament. The foundation for everything they did in the New Testament. Yep. There was no hot shots going, well, I'm going to go do this, and you go do that.
Yeah, the Pharisees and the Sadducees.
And Christ came to rebuke them. He said, all that they bid you observe and do. Right? Because they sit in Moses' seat. But then he goes on to voice why he has a problem with it. Because they say to do the law, and they don't do it themselves. They're hypocrites. That was the whole problem with the Pharisees and the Sadducees.
No one believe in life after death, and one don't believe.
Well, I don't think they have that.
Yeah.
Can you show me the Bible?
Ah!
You know I'm gonna go there, sister. Every time I'm like, you gotta show me that. Just think about it. But I'm gonna read this to you. This is Amos 3:1. Hear this word that the Lord had spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. Can two walk together except they be agreed? Oh. So, there was no, hey, I'm going to go teach this. Because there's, in the book of Acts, Paul had to get rebuked. Because it got back to Peter and the upper apostles that essentially Paul was teaching that, well, people were saying that he was teaching that you don't have to keep the law. So they had Paul take two brothers who were under a Nazarite vow, and they told him, hey, look, go down to the temple with these brothers and pay for their services at the temple. So you're going to show everybody that not only do you keep the law, but you stand behind your brothers. Because what was Paul teaching our people? He was just teaching people not to eat food sacrificed to the idols. Remember that?
Yeah, but he was teaching, I don't think it was like in John they talk about
is Isaiah 45 and 17. But Israel, actually 45 and 7. It's a lot. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. When it says in the New Testament that no man is tempted of God, what was Abraham? Tempted of God? Some of the things in the New Testament are not. That's like me when I preach. I know I'm not 100% accurate. I'm not 100% accurate. I'm not. But I try my best to be. That's why you can read in the New Testament, even some of the apostles have to be checked. Peter got checked by Paul.
Yeah, them the ones that.
Yeah, because Paul had to check Peter because he was too concerned about how people perceived him dealing with the Gentiles. You see what I'm saying? So everybody get checked. But the thing is, though, your message is for Gentiles that are being referred to in the New Testament. That's why when you go to Hebrews 8 and 8, you see that the new covenant is only still for Israel. And notice in Hebrews 8 who it says the covenant is for. It doesn't just say for Judah. Who does it say? It says for both Judah and Israel. Southern and northern kingdom. One flock, the other flock, back together. Why do you think when Yahushua returns, he's going to sound his trumpet? And his angels are going to scatter to fetch the elect. For everyone. Everyone. But why do you think the prophecy also says that this word shall be preached in all nations, and then shall be given? But why does his word need to be preached in all nations if it's only for Israel? Scatter. Hell, we were scattered in Genesis. Remember when it said the sons of God were basically having pairing up with the women of other nations? Yeah, we were dealing with all the nations then. Hey, what happened to the book of Ezra and Nehemiah? We had to desert it or leave all the women and children. Last time I checked, if I'm leaving the woman I had a child with, that child is there. And if I leave him to his own devices, now he's growing up, say he's growing up in church. He's never going to learn anything other than his church. But who do you go back to? That's why you got niggas like Jet Li walking around. Jackie Chan. Tony Jaa. Action stars coming out of all these different countries. Like I said, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone. You think them are crackers? Really think about it. Think about somebody like let's stay on Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? The charisma that he has in the movie, the physique that he has. I'm not saying a white man can't get roided up and get big, but have the charisma too. It don't work like that. Why do you think they love that nigga so much? But then they tell you who he is in his name. Schwarzenegger. Black. That's why when I said it, but when I said it, what was the response? They chuckled because they were like, of course. That's the response. Everybody, when they find out that the Israelites are special, and then you start pointing out all these people that you think are heathen, but there really are people, it's like, of course there are people. Why wouldn't they be? But you see what I'm saying, though, right? The Gentiles aren't. Right? That's why the Bible says that we were sometimes Gentiles in the flesh. Did I get that for you today? That we are sometimes Gentiles in the flesh? I don't think I did.
What's that mean?
We can read it. Because you're walking through a door right now that will allow you to essentially see this book for what it is. It's a lovely side God. Once you walk through that door, you will never know this love. Ever. You will always be confused. Because how can God say he loves the very same people that he wants to put out of the face of existence? There's no difference between Jew and Greek. And the Greeks in the New Testament are supposed to be so-called white people. How is it in Obadiah 1:18 was to put every white person to death? Period. You see what I'm saying? So these conflicts get created. But if you understand that those Grecians that are being referred to in the New Testament are Israelites, then it makes perfect sense. He don't love the white folks anyhow. And he never said that he did. That's one of the reasons why our people didn't even want to write the Bible. Because while we were in Jerusalem, we spoke Hebrew. We didn't speak Greek. They forced us to write the Bible. He didn't want to do it. We view Greek as a lesser language. Right? Well, hold on, please. Ephesians 12. Man, I always forget. But either way, we're going to get it. 'Cause I read it earlier while I was out here. All right, so this is Ephesians. We will start at 8. Yeah, Ephesians 2:8. For by grace are you saved, through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man boast, or any man should boast. For we are his workmanship, created in Yahushua HaMashiach, unto good works, which God hath before ordained that we should walk in them. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past, Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision by that which is called the circumcision in the flesh made by hands. So what does that mean? How can you be called uncircumcised by that which is called the circumcised in the flesh made by hands? So imagine if I'm circumcised but yet I'm being called uncircumcised. How in the Bible there are two ways you can be baptized. Baptized by water and by fire. Baptism through the law. By fire. Yeah. Well, I'll get that as well. But it's the same thing with circumcision. As a matter of fact, it's perfect. Hold on. I got this. Shall be counted as uncircumcision. Counted as uncircumcision.
By the way, that.
Yes. If you don't keep the law, you're uncircumcised in the eyes of God. Yes. Now does it make more sense? Yes. You basically already got it. This is Romans 2:26. Therefore, if the uncircumcision keep the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be counted for circumcision? So say I'm uncircumcised, right? Because a lot of our brothers in the other nations say like, I grew up in Egypt, and I'm just now finding out I'm an Israelite. Chances are I'm not circumcised, because that is a Hebrew custom. That's our thing, right? But say I'm learning and I'm keeping the law, and then the Messiah comes back, and I'm not circumcised. See what I'm saying? He's not going to go, but you're uncircumcised, so all the shit that you did don't count. Well, you didn't know, right? That's why it's Romans 2:26 says thus. Therefore, if the uncircumcision keep the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be counted for circumcision? So the uncircumcised keep the law, will they be counted righteous? Yes. Now you can always get circumcised, but as a grown man, that's a very grievous thing to go through. Hell, did you know a lot of well, I'm sure you know this one, babies make it circumcised, they pass out. Babies black out when they get circumcised. Yeah, people don't talk about that. Because they don't do anesthesia on babies when they do circumcisions. A lot of babies literally black out because they do it wrong. You're not even like the way they do circumcisions here in America, they cut off entirely. It's supposed to be a small snip. It's not supposed to be you remove the foreskin altogether. That is not circumcision. width is different back in the day. They do today, they use like a machine to do it. Yeah. I'm not trying to get too graphic, but like there are marks, there are scars that many males we have on our genitalia from being circumcised. Because they do it. And it's not even on, it's literally cutting into the shaft of the rock. Right? But now you know that basically like the whole concept of being circumcised is not purely physical. Right? There's one more thing. Does that answer your question more or less? All praises, all praises. I'm gonna tell you, as a newer teacher, I'm so happy to answer questions. I'm so happy. Because most of the time I'm either getting beat up or cussed out. And very few people have questions to answer. So,
And when I walked up, we were talking about the Trinity. So you're telling me God the Father, Son, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit are all three different persons. Amen.
is that a question? Is Christ the Word? Yahweh Shai the Word? Yes. Who was the Word with me? God. But the Word was God. How is it both? Was God with himself talking to himself? Because you got to remember, the Bible gives you the answer. He's the firstborn of every creature. Remember that? So if he's the firstborn of every creature, and he's the only begotten of the Father, then what does that mean? He's the only one, the Most High God created. That's it. That's your answer. Now, also, if they're all one, why did Yahushua have to tell the apostles to wait and tarry where they were at in Acts 1 till the Holy Spirit come upon them? If they were all one, that means the Holy Spirit should already be there. See how it creates questions that you can't really answer? See, the Trinitarian doctrine didn't come in until Gentiles took hold of our book. And they were trying to make sense of the Bible. And they couldn't. So when Yahushua is saying things like, I'm in the Father and the Father is in me, they basically say, well, he wasn't God. He's God in the flesh. He lowered himself. And he's God at the same time. But during this time, he's not all powerful and all knowing. But God is all powerful and all knowing. Here's a evidence. Didn't Yahushua say that no man knoweth the hour or the day of judgment? Correct. Doesn't God know? Okay, so if he's God, why don't we know? Exactly. Now, this is not to point anything at our system. That doctrine is not yours. That doctrine was given to you by your enemies. And that's why when you try to wield it like a sword or like a cane or like to stabilize your argument, it breaks apart. Because it doesn't make any sense. When Yahushua he said, I go unto my Father, he is greater than I. How is that possible if they're co-equal and co-eternal? If they're equal in all ways. Isn't he sitting on the right hand of the Father? But I thought he was the Father. So does he have an empty chair sitting next to himself with a place card that says Jesus? I know you're going to think about this for a while. I see your mind working. But that's good, though. That's good. See, a lot of our people, they never actually think about how the Trinity doctrine is supposed to work. Right? Because there are a lot of things that happens in the Bible in relation to Yahushua that gives you the answer that he is not the Most High God. Right? When
Well, he don't give you the answer that he's not. He don't give you the answer that he's not and that he is.
No, he tells you. Well, he tells you, matter of fact, when he says, I go unto my Father, he's greater than me. Or Father, Father, why hast thou forsaken me? He wasn't saying that to himself. Then when he also told his disciples and people he talked to, the Son of himself can do nothing, but only what the Father sent him to do. Paraphrase. But he never hesitated to tell folks, hey, look, I'm not doing anything of my own power. I do everything the Father told me to do. I only do what the Father gave me power to do. Didn't Yahushua say that judgment was placed in his hand? Yeah, the power to give and take life was placed in his hand. Who gave it to him? The Most High. But if they're one and the same, why would he need to give it to him? Right? Now you start to see what, like, eventually when you wake up to the truth of the Bible, you really start questioning, like, wait a minute, like, this doesn't make any sense. Why is he speaking about himself in the third person? As if he's not God. If he's saying God, you know, what is it? The time has come, glorify thy son. Remember when he basically, you know, cried out to God? You know, and the Most High God basically said, you know, this is my son, in whom I'm well pleased.
So what happened when he said, why have we forsaken you? What was going on at that time?
Basically, it's like he was enduring a grievous judgment.
They put it to me at that time when we asked God, why are you forsaking me? That God had to turn his back on him because the whole world sin had to be put on him.
We're going to go to Isaiah 53.
And they say God cannot be what's on that.
They just made that. We're going to go to Isaiah 53. Now, I'm going to tell you what you're going through right now. You're going through something that I call spiritual therapy. And what I mean by that is, I'm not doing anything like a psychologist. It's almost like a detective. All I'm doing is, I'm letting you say, hey, why did they tell me this? And then I'm just going to fill in the blanks. They made that up. Or this is where they got this from, and this is what it really means. We're just playing detective. I had to do the same thing. But I'm going to be honest, I had lessons because I was an atheist. I walked away from the church completely. I never had anybody teach me a bad interpretation of the Bible. So I didn't have a lot of truth. But I understand if you really care about the truth of the Bible, and you care about God, and you're in the church, and you're really listening to your pastor, they do a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage. From telling you Adam and Eve are the first people on the planet, that's not true. I demonstrated that to you, remember? I'll go back over it.
Yeah, the other people.
Yeah.
But they was later on down the road.
Nope. The other people were created before Adam and Eve. We don't go over it.
Oh, where he said he created one and he formed one.
No, because you remember on the fifth day, people were created. All the things that created on the earth. We're gonna go back over. We're gonna go back over. Don't worry, sister. I ain't gonna leave you. We're gonna get it. We're gonna go to Isaiah 53 right now. We're gonna read most of it too. Yeah, we
I
gonna.
love that.
Yeah.
I do.
This is Isaiah 53 and 1. Who hath believed our report, and to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root of a dry ground. He hath no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. This is talking about Yahushua, right? He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid as it were our faces from him. He was despised, and we esteemed him not. Surely he hath borne our griefs, and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. So you already see that the figure of Yahushua is bearing the sins of all of Israel. That is true, right? He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth. He was taken from prison and from judgment. And who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people was he stricken. And he made his grave with the wicked, and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him. He hath put him to grief. When thou shalt make his soul an offering for sin, he shall see his seed. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. What did he do when he came in the flesh? He did the pleasure of the Lord. He even said that the Son of himself can do nothing, but only that which the Most High God said he would do. And it says here that the Most High God was pleased to bruise him. So, have you ever had when you were a kid, you getting beat, right, for something that you did wrong? And your mama got to come out of nowhere and go, don't kill him, don't kill him. That's what happened with Yahusha. The Most High God went in and put him to death, like he said he would. And although Yahusha knew that he had to come and die for the nation, you got to think, when you're on the cross going through it all, you might lose yourself for a moment and think that's it. You might think yourself lost. But you know that none can deliver from the Most High God's hand. Because the issues of life and death pertain directly to the Most High God. That's why when you read in the book of Hebrews, it talks about him entering into the Holy of Holies after having shed his blood and being found for the sacrifice. That was the only way to get in. That was the only way to get in. He was so convincing that in the moment he cried out to God, my Father, why have you forsaken me? That's why.
So that's the only way he could have entered heaven.
The Holy of Holies, not heaven. You got to remember, so there's a priesthood that he's part of, right? The priesthood of Melchizedek. And in order to be found a worthy sacrifice, he had to be without spot. And if you understand, again, I think I said this before, if you understand who Yahushua was, Yahushua is both Adam, he's also Melchizedek. That's why you read that in Hebrews and in 1 Corinthians. So if he was Adam, and he brought transgression into the world, who can take it out? No one else. Because if I crash a car, who's got to pay for it? Me. So he brought sin into the world, and guess who has to take it out? By his sacrifice, being found spotless. That's why he's the one who has to be put to death.
Okay. I got that. So that's when death.
You got a question?
No, I'm checking you out, bro.
Okay.
So that's when death come in.
From Adam, yes. But you got to remember, you're talking about the children that God chose. Eternal life is not appointed to everybody. It's only appointed to God's chosen. It was never appointed unto God's chosen people to die. That's why when you read Romans 9, it tells you that the glory, the covenants, the giving of the law, and the promises are for the Israelites. Why do you think the saints are going to judge the world? We're the only ones capable. Think about it. Would you rather see a judge who just sat on the bench last week, or would you rather see a judge who's been a judge for 1,000 years? I'd rather see a judge that has a 1,000-year tenure. You know why? Because he's going to understand everything about judgment. That's why the saints are meant to judge the world. Everyone else is not meant to have long lifespan. Is it starting to make more sense why Yahushua is the first?
Yeah.
And then everyone else is brought into the new covenant through him. Right. I'm going to tell you something. I'm saying this to the camera. You know you cooking when a white man walking by, he stopped to hear. You know you cooking. Even the heathen said, God damn, I ain't never heard that in church. But here's the thing. I got that from my elders. I didn't come up with that. My elders taught me that. Now you see why you got to be with your people. Being around them is why we think the Trinity is real. You see the dangers of being around these people? It's dangerous, man. There's a lot of premises in the Bible that once upon a time have to tell people when Yahweh Shai talked about John the Baptist being Elijah. He didn't have to explain that because they knew what regeneration was. Because when you read the end of Malachi, what does it say? It says that there's going to be somebody who prepares the way for the Messiah. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to just reference it. I'm going to get it for you. Right? And we're going to go back over Genesis.
That's what the child. What verse?
Malachi. It's at the very end of the book, too, so I can't miss it. Cool. This is Malachi 4:4. Remember ye the law of Moses, my servant, which I commanded unto him in Horeb for all Israel, with the statutes and judgments. Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to the fathers, lest I come and smite the earth with a curse. Now, Malachi is way after First Kings, First and Second Kings. As a matter of fact, I think Elijah is the first at the beginning of that. Because you're talking about like hundreds of years, you know, kings, wicked kings, good kings, etc. Right? But Elijah had been long dead. Elisha long dead. But yet here you're reading in Malachi 4 that Elijah's going to come back. And you remember Yahweh Shai said that in the flesh there hasn't been as great a prophet as John the Baptist. And then he said if he will receive it, John the Baptist is alive.
What the?
Yeah. See, now you're starting to get it.
Yeah.
See, but that's why Yahweh Shai, knowing who he is at the beginning, and knowing that he has come again and again, you gotta remember. So say like this,
That's why nothing's new up under the sun.
under the sun. There you go. There you go. There you go. Ecclesiastes 1. Yes, sir. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Even Yahweh Shai in the flesh. That ain't new. People just didn't know who he was. That's why Abraham was given tithes to Melchizedek, the high priest of the Most High God. And the Most High God never spoke. And the Most High God never spoke anything of a high priest being outside of the Levites, aside from the high priest of Melchizedek. And who was also called a high priest? What's his name? That's right. And he's a high priest of the order of Melchizedek. That's why he can enter into the Holy of Holies. Because you got to be a high priest to do that. And keep in mind, there's only one high priest at any given time. That's right. There isn't multiple high priests. Nope. He only gets replaced after he dies. He's the only one once a year who can enter into the Holy of Holies under the Levitical law to atone for the sins of the nation. So much so that when he would enter into the Holy of Holies, they put a rope around his waist until the Most High God. In the event that the Most High God's anger waxed hot and killed the high priest, they couldn't even enter. They would drag his body. Ain't nobody going into the Holy of Holies except for a high priest. So if Yahweh Shai can go into the Holy of Holies, and Melchizedek is the only high priest that's not a Levite, and he's from the nation of Judah, how is he going into the Holy of Holies unless he is Melchizedek? And I showed you in 1 Corinthians 15 that it directly tells you that he's Melchizedek.
Okay. I got that. But the Holy of Holies, that's the presence of God.
Yeah, that's the seat in the throne of God. That's right.
So when they say when they're going to enter the Most High, they enter the presence of God.
In the tabernacle, yes, or in the temple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But God will come in the world.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
It's a lot of moving parts, sister. It's parts where I'm gonna tell you, if you don't stay in your word, you will not remember. You won't. And I say that as somebody who forgets constantly after you.
Right. I don't have to remember because I am a child of God. And child of God, God already gave me that through the Holy Spirit.
That's right.
God, you think sometimes people like, I know what I know, I know what I know.
But see, here's the thing. You're instructed to teach others also. That's where you got to know how to wield the sword. See what I'm saying? There's layers to it. You know it don't do no benefit to me. If you can't teach me, what's the benefit? You can tell me about it. We're going to read about it. I'm not discounting your knowledge. I'm just saying, if you know all the laws and you keep it without spot, but the rest of your nation ain't, then we ain't going to get out of captivity until we keep it as a whole. What good does it do you to keep all the laws and lists? Especially when you've been instructed to go and tell others likewise. A lot of moving parts to it. That's why there are great men in this thing. And I'm talking about these Israelite camps. There are very great men who sit at home and think here, don't do nothing.
Yeah, but we also have to get in tune.
Yeah, but how long did that take? You shouldn't be a 50-year-old man sitting on the internet talking shit. And this is to you ignorant Israelite armchair generals who always talking about, I would have said this, or I would have done that. You wouldn't have done shit. You would have sat at home like you've been doing. That's why when Yahushua come, he gonna take what you got and give it to another profitable brother who been out here doing the work. Remember the parable of the master returning to his servants? The talents? Remember the talent, the servant who buried his talent? What did the master do? Even though he only had one, he took it and he gave it to the one who had 10 talents. Why? Because it's a waste to give it to you. You ain't do nothing with it. Now, I will say this as a woman, instructing women and children is your life. And that's
I'm a teacher.
Yeah, you're a teacher, but you teach women and children. Right? Teaching a man, you're not supposed to. And here's the thing, to sisters, that's honorable. See, in the kingdom of heaven, when you have 1,000 children to teach, you're going to realize how honorable that position is. You're going to realize how heavy it is. See, right now, it's on the men because the nation has been completely broken down to its foundation. So if the Most High God is in order, his son is in order, and the dysfunction is with all the house of Israel, but who's next in the pecking order? You have God, the son, and then who? The man. So now the men have to rise up, get the nation in order. So that's why we're on the highways and byways crying out to our people to repent. Because we are the point of fixing this problem.
So why there's no women?
What do you mean?
There's no women in it. They all men.
The angels technically, although they are men, they don't have sex. So angels don't procreate.
They say they had sex with the women.
But those are not, so those are not spiritual angels. Yeah. So for instance, all the word angel means is messenger. So what if the Most High God, I'm praying to the Most High, and I get a revelation to go down to Peru. Now, you know what, let's make it a heathen nation. I get the word to go to, say I get the word to go to China, right? I'm supposed to go to China and seek out our people scattered in China and inform them of the gospel of the Bible, right? Now, here's the thing. The Manchu over there in China, I know who they are. They are our people. So I would have a target audience. I go over there and I have children with women. That would be an angel procreating the evil. Or the beasts of the field, however you want to phrase it. And then my son, my progeny, would have the same potential that I have as Israel. As a vessel that the Most High God can dwell in and do excellent works with. Not to say the Most High God can't use the evil. But who does the Most High God say he knows? According to Amos 3, the Israelites. He said, only you have I known, and all the families of the earth. Therefore I will punish you for your iniquity. Most High God ain't dealing with it. That's Amos 3. Amos 3 and 1.
We are the ones that have it real hard at
Just think about it. Think about all the other nations you've ever dealt with. You only remember the Israelites. And I'm talking about their nation. Have you ever had somebody who's like Asian, they're real friendly with you? Then it's rare. I know it's rare. Right? But I remember when I lived in England for a while. I'm a military. Right? And I used to hang out with these 3 Filipino people. I always thought they were just Asian. I didn't know nothing about this. Migratory patterns. I didn't know that they were taking Mexicans over to the Philippines as slaves via the route de la Plata, the road of silver. They were taking our people over to the Philippines, and now they're in the Philippines. They think they're Filipino or Asian. Who do they go back to? Us. We find each other. We don't even know that it's them. They don't know it's us. But we plead for each other. That's what big ones are about. They say that in POW camps. That's what people do. They form bonds and days that last lifetime. Because we're prisoners of war. When we find each other, we plead for each other spiritually, although we don't know who one another is. Have you had a Hispanic best friend growing up? And it's even more spiritual, northern and southern people. All my best friends growing up were Mexican. All of them. Very southern white. Very southern. Most High God does that for a reason. Why? Because that's all you got. You're supposed to be separate from the other nations. You're supposed to be separate. You don't have the presence of mind to separate. A lot of times the Most High God will do it for you. Why? Because you don't know them better. Yep. There's somebody right now hanging out with who they think is a white boy. He's not a white boy. He isn't. That's why he can dance, rap, he can cook, season it, lots of flavor. He think he's a white boy, but he's not. And it shows too. He tries to get along with the white people. They treat him like shit. He just don't know who he is. It's called confusion of faith. You gotta understand what's happening on this earth. We're scattered. I'm gonna read this in the book of Hosea, right? See, a lot of our people don't quite understand the extent to which we have been destroyed and that we are lost. And as a result, you come across people who are, according to their patrilineal descent, or descent of their father, they are Israelites, but they don't know them. Right? But you ask them, how about these curses? If you know the curses in Deuteronomy, you can screen somebody to see more than likely they're an Israelite. When I have a white boy walk up, he look like he got a little bit of flavor, and then he tell me you don't know who his dad is. Who is it? Yep, that's a curse. That's Deuteronomy 28:4. It's an evil eye toward our brother, toward the wife of our bosom, and toward our children. And you just start asking more curses. Anyway, this is Hosea, chapter 4 and verse 7. Verse 6, sorry. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. I will also reject thee, that thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God. I will also forget thy children. How would the Most High God forget us? What brings us nearer to the Most High God? Wisdom, His law, His statutes. What happens when we break God's law? He puts us in the hands of people who don't want us to keep those things. What do they take from us? Our ability to serve our God. Sometimes they do something that's very, very clever. They force you to have children with their women. What do you think they did down in South America? Why do you think all them brown and black people down in South America look like Spaniards and white folk today? Go to Brazil. A lot of those Brazilians, you would swear if they had an American accent, they're just white people. But they're not. They're from the tribe of Asher. They're our people. A lot of them who look white are our people. Right?
Take it back to start in Genesis. Let's go down. Let's start.
Which one is this? You want the people?
Start with read.
Just Genesis 1?
just until we get right there. Created one.
Oh, okay. I'll just get you. I'll just get you. That's in Genesis 2. What's in 1 is? All right. This is Genesis 1 and 23. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beasts of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make man in our image. This is on the 5th day, right? And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image, and the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. So we see.
The first step.
No, well, that's the first people. These are nations. These are nations of people. You got to remember, a day to the Most High God is 1,000 years. These are 1,000-year people. You want to prove that? You gonna prove it? Anybody? This is what your church should be doing. This is what every church in the hood should be doing. Taking our people and answering their questions, even if it's one at a time. Right? Let me get this real quick. First or second? There it is. This is 2 Peter 3 and 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. So that's why when people think that the creation happened in a week, it took 6,000 years to create everything, and then it took a whole 1,000 years for the Most High God to search all the people. She was one person. Now keep in mind, it wasn't the Most High God searching. Who was doing the searching? The term for God in Genesis is Elohim. It's plural, meaning rule, divine, judge, God. If Yahushua is the firstborn of the Father, and it's plural, then that means it's Yahushua and who else? Who would Yahushua create first? The Son of Man is Jesus. Well, no, but that's who God created first. I'm saying after Yahushua was created, who did he create first? Now, you remember who the 144,000 are? Those who follow the land whithersoever he would go. I'm gonna get your pen and paper stuff. This is Revelations 14 and 4. These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. This doesn't mean literal virgins. This is talking about other doctrine, right? They're not defiled with other women. When we worship other gods, what is that akin to? It's like fornication, like cheating, right? These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto God and to the people. This is talking about the 144,000, right? So after Yahushua was created, Yahushua, we don't know how long he was with the Most High God being instructed. It could have been for, an eternity. It could have been 2 days. But we do know when he started creating, he created the 144,000. Right? And then from there, now, going forward in Genesis, we see that man and woman have already been created on the fifth day. So that means after 5,000 years, we have people on the earth. And they're in the image of the Most High God. Now, we're going to go over to Genesis 2, where it tells us the day and then when Adam is selected, right? This is Genesis 2 and 2. Actually, we'll start at 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work, which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work, which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh, God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. I want you to catch this phraseology. He's telling you that all of these things were made before they were placed on the earth. Did you catch that? Reread. Verse 3. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it had he rested from all of his work, which God created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh, God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth. So every plant before was ever planted or grew, right? And every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground, but all the plants had already been conceptual. Remember how Yahweh said, I do nothing of my own will, but what the Father sent me to do? That's not different here. If I hand you the blueprints to build a building, you go and build it, who you credit for building the building? Sure, you get some credit, but who gets the credit for the design? You. So who designed all these plants, animals, and the earth? Most High did. Most High did. He instructed his son on how to do all this. Right? So let's keep going. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. That's Adam. We read in Wisdom of Solomon 7:4 that the breath of life is wisdom. So you've got the work ending, right? Everything has been created. Now, Yahushua, he's coming in the flesh. But the Bible doesn't say that. But he is coming, because you know what? He's the first Adam. Why do you think the Most High God chose him? You think the Most High was going, too black, too fat, too tall. He's nervous all the time. I don't like that. No, the Most High God was looking for the perfect head. And he found it. He breathed into his mouth the breath of life. Now, I'm gonna blow your mind. Why did Adam tread waste? Easy, right? She ate from the tree of knowledge. Or she was seduced by their doctrine. Because really the tree of knowledge is a tree of doctrine. Right? The fruit of a nation are its gods and its religion, its language, its ways, and its customs. She consumed from a nation that the Most High God told them to stay away from. Right? She brought it back to Adam. Instead of Adam going, hey, look, we were instructed by the Most High God not to do that, and correcting her, he fell prey to it as well. So he went off because of a woman. Tell me again, why didn't Solomon in his old age go off? Oh, ain't that something? What are the odds that the same weakness in Adam will be the same weakness in Solomon? What are the odds? What are the odds? When spiritually they're the same person. What are the odds? Yeah, you can say that. But if you actually, when you read the Bible, it tells you that they're the same person. That's why I know for certain that my weakness has always been and always will be women. that is a weakness for Judah as a whole. We have a weakness for sexual immorality. It causes us to do things that we shouldn't do. And that goes for men and women, right? But especially our men. What are the odds that the king of the Jews, the king of the Judites, had this? I don't want to say he has the same problem, but through the regeneration, that problem has been reoccurring. As a matter of fact, didn't Judah himself get caught up because of sexual immorality? Remember his, is it his niece, Tamar? Remember the harlot that Judah met? And he gave her signets as payment, as collateral for payment. And then he basically did the deed because remember, she wanted a husband. You remember Judah, his son, his first son was weak. And he wouldn't raise up seed for his birth. Right? And then there was another brother where it just says that he was wicked and got killed. But that woman, remember, she was left without a husband. So, and then Judah didn't give her another replacement. So what did she do? She thought, well, you know what? I got a plan. I'll pose as a prostitute. I'll meet a man in the way. I'll take the husband. And then, basically, I'll produce the signets and show, hey, look, you can't kill me. I'm part of the family. I'm supposed to be. I'm literally supposed to be the proper husband by you. It just so happened that Judah met her in the way, saw that she was still his wife, didn't recognize her, did the deed, left the signets behind, and then when it came to hold it to account, she produced the signets. Like, okay, well, before you kill me, right? Who do these belong to? All of a sudden, oh shit, my bad. Ain't that the story of the black man? My bad. I fucked money up, fucked the seed up. But I have a question though. If the father of the Judites is the same as the king of the Jews, don't that make more sense? I'm not saying that, like Judah should have been perfect, but I'm saying in Yahweh's previous generation, it makes sense that glaring fault in Judah's design, I'll say that, was intentional on purpose. Because when you read in 2nd Ezra, or it's either 1st or 2nd Ezra, it literally says the spark of wickedness that was in Adam was placed there on purpose. That's how the story gets started. Adam never went first. How would Judah have had his son? How about Reuben losing the birthright? He was supposed to be the one that led all of Israel. Remember? He slept with one of Jacob's sons. And as a result, he was supposed to be put to death. But because the first son is supposed to receive a double portion, one of his portions were taken away. And he was still left with a portion. Just kept alive. That was Reuben's blessing to read about in Genesis 45. So the Most High God has orchestrated this whole story without being a successor. That's why in Romans 9, Paul has to say it bluntly. Who are you to reply against God? And say to the maker that formed you, why have you made me thus? Why you do this, God? Why you doing it like this? Couldn't you have done it a better way? But the Most High God basically says, I do what I want to do. Tell me what to do. I made you. If I made you to walk, God damn it, get up and walk. If I made you to be a vessel to destruction, vile, a liar, and a murderer, then you're going to be a vessel to destruction, being vile and a murderer. That's what the white man do. And I'm going to tell you something. The white man is evidence of the Most High God. I cannot think of a more finely crafted evil being than the white man. Most High God outdid himself. Because just as righteous as we are inclined to be, that's how wicked they are. By nature. I remember my family, we knew a family of Edomites when we lived in England. And I used to hang out with this kid all the time. Remember his name? His name was Andy. We had to stop being friends on the spot when I found out that he sexually assaulted his baby brother. my age at the time. He was probably about 11, maybe 12. That's how wicked these people are. But did you have any questions? Or did I answer?
One more.
Okay.
Six.
What's it?
Genesis 6.
What about it?
That's where the angels come in.
Okay. Cool. So you want to see about the mighty men upon the earth? The sons of God.
What they call the giant.
You talking about the Anunnaki? Well, if you're talking about the giants, you're talking about the Anunnaki. Yeah.
What's another name for it?
The sons of Anunnaki. Because they're the ones that Israelites would say they're like grasshoppers. Because they're very tall in stature. The sons of Anunnaki are very legitimate, by the way. That's why they were known as being tall with elongated skull.
Nephilim. Nephilim.
Oh, the Nephilim. Nephilim. Yeah. Those are the sons of Anunnaki. They were just people. A tribe. They're a tribe from the
I thought they was angels and humans.
We gonna go over. So this is Genesis 6 and 1. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. Now, so what we're gonna do is we are going to go to that. We're gonna look at the term God, and we're gonna look at the term angel. That's why I love when you show up at camp too. These are questions that nobody ever asks. So I never have an excuse to try to exercise this knowledge. We arguing with niggas over why the white man can't be saved. All damn night. Niggas won't fight because they damn white. The wife can't get into the gate. They mad at me, mad at God. Why is it not working? Hold on, let me try going to the website. You know what you need? We're probably about to wrap up.
Okay. Let's get this topic then.
Man, it's not letting me do it. Well, let's see if I can get this.
Is guardian angels also, they specialize
Well, what do you mean? They specialize?
in like some knows about trees and so human beings.
Nah, they just people made that up. Yeah, people made that up. Like nowhere in the Bible does it say angels have one task. Now, are there angels that are like specialized in certain things? Yeah. Most High God has angels that stand around His throne and worship Him at all times of the day and the night. Right? this thing stop working? Either way. So, let's go to Genesis 6 and 2. Now, the sons of God are the Elohim, right? If you read in Psalms 82 and 6, it says that we are gods, right? So the Israelites are those sons of God that are being referred to. But with us being the sons of God and having children with other nations, that's how they began to be mighty men about the earth. Alright? Well, not necessarily abnormal, but they would have some of the features of the Moabites. Right? Y'all got time for the Bible today? Y'all have a good night. Alright. But, hold on 1 second before. Actually, hold on a second. Sons of Elohim. I'm trying to think. Is there a place where it talks about actually, you know what? I'm trying to look for Canaan. Now, I want to show you this, right? This is Genesis. So these are the sons of Cain, right? But this is Genesis 4, and we'll start at 22. We'll just get to the point. In Zillah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. So that whole idea that the Nephilim came and talking smelting and metalworking, that's not true. They already had that. They were working with brass and iron during the time of essentially Cain and Abel, because this is one of his descendants, one of his sons. I told you, a lot of people, they just make it up, right? Because if the Nephilim did that, where in the Bible does it say that the Nephilim taught them how to do it? No. Does that answer your question, or do you need more? Got any other questions? No? Sure thing. If you got questions, let me know though. But we gonna go ahead and sign off, guys. I appreciate y'all rocking with us. Call Halal Yahweh Bashem Yahushai. We'll finish the lesson probably on a little video, sit-down lesson. I need to start doing those because the times that we're in, we need to double the work. As the men of the Lord, we need to be trying to reach out to our people in every single way that we can, both active and passive methods. But, Kwame Yasharala, in death to America! All praises. Yeah, but